Alright, folks, welcome back. It is reset day, the final reset week for Mountain of Flame module. Really, obviously, it's business as usual. Anything past effectively the 4th week still remains about the same. More about that later as we do some closing remarks for this module. We're gonna hop right in, complete our weekly haul, try to pick up a dungeon or two, and then do some closing wrap-ups for this module 29? It's 28 or 29. I've lost track. Alright, let's hop in. I think since our activity is at 73%, we are okay with completing the 3 weeklies and managing to get the other 25%. So this should be a very quick completion. I think one of the downsides now is I don't even find myself at the moment completing these things for the boon points. Perhaps, you know, one thing I might take a jab at is a very controversial, it's going to end up being a mixed controversial topic whenever a quality of life change hits, like a true quality of life change. And I think one of them is probably going to be related to like the boon system, because in my opinion that is the currency that's being plugged as the the currency or the reward being plugged as the thing to hold over, right, outside of your currency for companions and mount, as well as your enchantment related earnings from continuing these campaigns and modules after effectively like week 4. So who knows, that might be a wild card. It's kind of one of those unlikely cases, although still on the table. There were some slight changes to the boon stuff on how they can stack and how you can spend boon points and whatnot recently as a way to refresh, like give it a little fresh take. So that did happen recently. Allowing like the acquisition of multiple master boons and the second tier boons at the expense of increased costs or scaling costs. Curious what kind of quality of life changed. Cryptic hasn't stored. This was kind of more of a stopover returning campaign, or a returning zone. The next zone, I honestly, when it comes to live service games nowadays, the expectation often deals with, or at least whatever I'm interested in nowadays or expect as a way to make the game more consistent, is what type of quality of life modularity is being introduced to the game. So yeah, you can continue to provide like novel content and whatnot, story writing, maybe some sort of intellectual creation. However, I do say the reality is that is very finite, has a very limited lifespan, and it does not have like a potential emergent property. Like the content is consumed, no more emergent property, right? Oftentimes, when it comes to things that are life service or maybe characteristic of life, right? Things you're playing for a very extended time, often is the foundational quality of life features that creates the um, long lasting returns on engagement. So what I mean by is if we took other games, right, other live service games, for example, the feature rich nature of it, not necessarily the increasing content per se, like visuals or stories. Oftentimes nowadays, the staying power is how can you increase or steadily introduce like foundational mechanics on which every introduction of a new content interacted with this element as well. It could be, oh hey, so adding a new layer to your character customization, right? So that means at the introduction of each content patch, that there's going to be something that deals or interacts with that new layer of character customization. And there's quite a lot in here already, for sure. Like, honestly, there quite is. There quite a lot. Like, boon points is one of them. Mounts are another. Right? Companions are another. And you can kind of see the layering whenever a module is introduced. Those quality features will have something that is in addition to them. So those are the maintenance stuff. So gear is effectively the core of one of them. What is the new module you're looking for? So all these get placed on list, in my opinion. And the idea that I look forward to is, what's the next thing? Are they going to introduce a new thing, right? Other games end up doing that in a sense of they continue to expand the regular upkeep, the things they upkeep, and at some point, because of that expectation, it becomes more of a pipeline. So it does give emergent returns while not while requiring an upfront investment, certainly from the developers. However, maintaining it is a lot, in my opinion, likely to cost less resources in the long run after the initial investment than, say, constantly pushing for bigger, better, or bigger content load, right? Like, oh, our stories have to be bigger. The visuals have to be better. The level design has to. I mean, that's great. That's pretty awesome. However, the speed at which media is being consumed, especially in a live service model, I think the hidden winners tend to be those who give the appearance of a lot of activities to do, or give the idea of there's a lot to do without necessarily being involved in the intellectual stimulation of having to be novel. And I'm not saying that you can't have both. We have to come to the realization, the acceptance that live service models might not have that luxury. right? If a live service game goes dormant for out nowadays, I don't even know what the general expectation is. I think it's 3 months. I've often placed it as 3 months. If you're a high, very popular game that is doing really well, maybe less than 2 months. So the turnover and the deadline is insane. I actually probably imagine a development cycle where they would be doing 2 stacks of updates at the same time, but staggering their release, or they're crunching as hard as they can to, and then stagger the release so that you don't release all of them at once, because then it will be consumed as fast as you release, right? That's the bane of content, as in the specific artistic creations, those things, they get sidelined all the time. I mean, I almost feel that live service is one that dwarfs by creative liberties. If you release something like an indie game or something that is a standalone package of which no one is any wiser to what they're going to release, that kind of thing has an isolation and doesn't necessarily have an expectation outside of like sequels and whatnot. Those get subjected to the same expectations. Live servers, though, you are to maintain a consistent stream of content. Increasing that escalates the demand. So if a game ends up slumping, right, or the whatever the maintenance of the game, the staff and the resources slump, then that would cause a bottleneck or a lowering in the quality. And it's safe to say when you're running a live service model, it's more like a habit formation, and break of habits is felt. I'm thinking more of like a philosophical or psychological perspective here. Breaking of a habit is far more longer lasting and detriment, like emotionally felt at smaller degrees than something that is a one-time deal. Like, you bought a game, it bit you in the butt, you're never gonna play that game again. All right, well, fair enough. Or you're gonna have trust issues. That's fair enough. That experience happens once, right? And it can be very impactful in that moment. It's very acute. However, in a live service game, you're like, oh, I've been playing this game for years and it's never gotten this worse. And it could be something like, oh, they dropped 5% of the content because of hard times or burnout, developmental burnout, etc., right? So it's kind of like when you go running for a very long time and then suddenly you notice that you're running 5 seconds slower, consistently 5 seconds slower. That is felt very, very harshly. So oftentimes I see that, at least in my opinion, with my interest in quality of life habits, especially live service models, which have largely been a form of consistent, almost a safety catharsis for other people's routine. So some people might choose to meditate. Some people might choose to sit out in the sun and, put on some sunscreen and sit out in the sun. Well, I choose to run around and do some random dungeons in Neverwinter. And I play PSO2 NGS as well. Like 15 minutes, 30 minutes a day while I like brainstorm, think about my day to come. Like right now, I'm quite literally thinking about my day to come, as in what my Japanese and Chinese learning lessons are. While I'm doing this though, I think oftentimes treating live service models, like how you would develop your live service models, more like a quality of life thing. I feel that's the way to go. So every once in a while, when a studio, a developer, has a way to add a natural like habit quality of life change, it often multiplies on itself in the long run, right? So it's been a while since like a very large significant thing have changed. On the ongoing efforts, actually I haven't talked about this because it's an ongoing thing. They have been retroactively modifying and rebalancing all the companions in the game, because the companions is one of the features now. So if you're going through, and if I had to make a list, like what are the mainstays in Neverwinter, like what do you do as an upkeep? Companions is definitely one of them. Mounts, so you always get new mounts, new companions. Your gear, right? They come in the flavor of the gear you're literally wearing on your character, your companion gear, your enchantments, your artifacts. So they cycle through those things too, right? So with every new content, you have to hit all these specific things to maintain its quality of life. Now, the combat has not necessarily seen a change or a extra element. Well, actually, there's been somewhat of an element, like an F key interaction. So you have like a special interaction every once in a while in your quests or like a mechanic or something, but that's an extra layer. Like, so I'm curious what their next thing is going to be that isn't restricted to content, like intellectual content, that will be kept moving forward. So you have, right, gear, your enchantments. They swapped up how enchantments worked recently, right? So now you have more slots, more things that are upkeep, appearances, right? Continuing to add fashion. No power changes. There's some upkeep to the guild stuff, the stronghold stuff, and then you have your companion gear, and your mounts, right? This screen is is a great way to largely look at the upkeeps. Now, the question is, are they going to add a new tab here somewhere? Live service games that are still up and running, right? That are seeing a maybe a potential upward trend, is slowly and oh, it only got to 90%. So we gotta go and bop a commander to get the 10%. Let's see. I'm gonna look for an instance here. 9? 9's full. 6? Oh. 6. I'm in 6. Gigantic. What the heck does that mean? Oh, giant. Number 6, but where? Alright. 12? We're going to 12. So, like PSO2 NGS added constantly adds new layers of things you can do during combat, or things you can create that whenever new content releases, there's an upkeep to them, right? And that's kind of what I'm curious about moving forward, because it's fairly obvious that Neverwinter, it's very difficult to ignore that Neverwinter's group or the community is steadily declining. Not necessarily in a like unnatural way where like, oh yeah, something really egregious happened or scandals happened. It's fatigue, right? It's fatigue from habit formation. At some point, people continue to fatigue out of something. If you keep on running the same way, you'll experience fatigue, right? So it's not unnatural. It's not something like, oh, it's something bad really happened or things. It's a natural human condition of live service games, and I'm curious what they have in store on maybe combating it. I mean, a lot of times publishers and developers can decide, like, it's time, let's move on to our next project, kind of thing. That can very well happen at the, like, within the next, with whatever happens upcoming, which obviously I'll be a little disappointed, and that's how I understand live service games to be, at least in terms of like the business side of things and negotiation kind of deal. However, I still am cautiously optimistic that if there are plans to add another emergent quality of life mechanic, like an upkeep, not a content thing. So we're not talking about a new D&D region or something like that. A telltale sign, in my opinion, when it comes to developer and publisher intent, or more like developer is, the intent is always there, but publisher investment is to have them be able to have enough resources or forecasts of putting down the groundworks for a new quality of life feature. That, in my opinion, is a telltale sign of potential future investment. So in this game, I think the most recent stuff is continuing to update and retroactively balance, I guess I'll use the word balance, or tune all the different companions retroactively, right? Then the companions can be the showcase. Every new module, hey, there's a new companion, here's what they do. And there has been a lot of effort, I would say, especially on the information side of things. When you see we'll talk about that in just a bit, because a new lockbox just dropped, right? The lockbox, I know, gotcha, etc. Introduces new things. Amounts, usually a companion, or an artifact. Or a combination of the two, of the three, right? Out of the three. And those things continue to be very transparent. The writing, the person who's handling the writing is clearly disseminating more information. It's creating a expectation that allows this feeling like, what do you specifically look forward to in terms of a quality of life in continuing to play this game? The idea is, well, gear is definitely one. It used to be only gear, right? That used to be the thing about subscription-based models. It's gear, gear, gear. So the gear is heavily attached to the content, right? The loot rolling and stuff. However, that to me is might be a bit archaic now, because it's more assimilating the things of the past. It's not quite the live service model of today, right? It's definitely, in my opinion, very difficult to manage in this day and age where content is blitzed through. Like, I think as a developer and a publisher, or both, they have to constantly negotiate the idea that how do we consistently meet expectations without basically drying the bank by how rapid content is consumed. Oh, hey, we got both of them. I guess we'll talk more about that. These are kind of the talking topics I have as a way to wrap up my comments about, just maybe things that may or may not be relevant to, may or may not be. There's the completion of the Mountain of Flame campaign, and adding titles. Titles is the other thing. So attributions and titles are a way to form legacy. It became very obvious because they also retroactively invested time into occasionally, from time to time, whenever it becomes very obvious, this book of achievements continue to pile up and get retroactively kept up and updated. And this point system, that's actually a thing you look forward, and like that's a thing that is expected. It's got to be kept up, like your journal, like your chronicles journal, all this stuff, these check marks, these completions, they stack up, right? So all these systems are in place. And in fact, one of the major overhauls were how this system worked, like this milestone system for the campaigns, resortment of the adventures, right? The constant resorting of the adventures. All this stuff lays groundwork for anything that's future. So I understand that lots of people would complain like, oh yeah, but this isn't a real, quote unquote, real update. I want more content. However, I honestly think that, unpopular opinion, I suppose, without laying the groundworks of these types of things, which I haven't highlighted at all, largely because I don't know why I haven't highlighted. The idea of having record keeping and journal, that's, in my opinion, an excellent, profound move for establishing and putting down the groundworks on how to organize all your information, organize all your content, show how much you have completed, right? Because live service games are just that. It is that. It is a live service. You do it out of habit. You have legacy. Legacy is the strongest thing. So knowing that you've completed all these things keeps the person going, right? And the content, while it's great, like we can always brainstorm about what might come in the future. Oh, they're gonna do something really, really cool, a one-of campaign, but then it becomes a one-of campaign, as opposed to like, what else can you enhance everything? So like what I mean by this is, as well, if you introduce like a foundational quality of life, it's tough. What is the forward investment in investing in something like that? All the things you have released prior to this requires some sort of TLC. However, that forward investment, then anything future you release will be multiplied and interact with that thing. That's kind of what I'm looking for. Quote unquote, what is that trendy comment that people say? The next killer feature in the game. My hope, I'm holding out for that. So we completed this. We're moving on to the next character, right? I still think that this is maybe a little too maybe this is a bit naive or perhaps a bit optimistic. I think any existing live service game that has even a remote, appreciable, loyal, and consistent community can have a sudden surge based on, in my opinion, fueled by the introduction of a very effective, ever-present quality of life feature. So if I had to highlight something, PSO2 NGS had like stagnation per se. There's no very strong recession in the players, largely due to the nature that they're constantly at. I like that they keep introducing stories and stuff. Actually, I look forward to stories, contents, and whatnot. However, the reality is, if I see more features laying down, like say a creator hub for your house or something, or a workshop upgrade, I would be really shocked if there's a workshop upgrade. Things like that. It takes a lot of resources to invest in a new infrastructure. However, that to me is the sign that breathes, or maybe intuitively breathes, confidence in the product. It also increases steadily. It does increase the baseline resources required every time a new, like in this game, a new module is released, right? So it is while it's a telltale sign there's a future for the game, it also means more resources. And it can be felt as very appreciative, in my opinion, in the long run. The downside to all of this is whenever you introduce an infrastructure change, not a modification of an old feature. So lots of times now, historically, Cryptic has introduced retroactive modifications. So like a rebalancing or retooling of an existing feature, as opposed to adding on top of a feature, something that's like experimental, right? Oftentimes you get a feature that already is baked into the game, and it fundamentally changes a long established mechanic. That usually gets a lot of resistance in the beginning, but in the long run, it can change up the way the game plays, right? That is more the common trend for big feature updates in Cryptic's history, and that will be met with xenophobia in terms of like live service games, right? You establish a habit and then you attempt to fundamentally change everything about that habit because the thing that you're upkeeping is it interacts with all the core of your habits. Meanwhile, other games are trying to add on top of the habit, so making the habit far more complex. And occasionally, here's like the art form, right? The psychological art form. They would introduce a feature on top in order to find an opportunity to steadily tweak the underlying core features. So the complexity of the new feature enables a reason to change or tweak an older feature. So perhaps, example, maybe I don't know enough about D&D lore and stuff to make something that is thematically appropriate, but along the mechanics of a second meter, for example, on top of the AP meter, I don't even know how this is gonna work. There might be like a limited use dungeon meter mechanic or something where, oh, you have two, I don't know, two revival spells or something, or two traversal spells, or two uses of an immune spell. It's kind of, the Reaper challenge kind of has a groundworks for that kind of thing, but the idea is that may make an excuse or an interesting way of trying something that adds an extra layer of action or something that you can do that swaps up the experience while also giving you the incentive to say like, hey, now that this is here, let's tweak down some other things, right? Or things that you kind of wanted to get to. And that's kind of a way to like give more options, but also naturally tweak and guide change in core systems. For example, I use PSO2 because I still play PSO2. PSO2 has an additional layer now on top where when you fill up a meter, they have lots of meters. So when you're in combat for a certain amount of time, you can call out to a different mode of combat, like a different thing. They call it like the massive artillery, like it's a massive artillery mech thing, which it's incredibly satisfying. So it's not like you can use it all the time in combat, but it is nearly like exclude it from your classic combat. So it's another thing you can do on top, and you can choose to do that or stay within your thing. So for example, if I were to, let's just say maybe you have an ascension level in this game. It does break a lot of things, and you have to balance all that, like put it in line with the effectiveness. That's gonna be a problem most of the time. Like instead of using the combat class you have now, for example, my paladin and the Justicar abilities, if you do this ascension level thing for, I don't know, 10 seconds every 60 seconds of combat when you build up a meter or something, kind of like your AP meter. Um, how much effective is it? Is it too effective so that no one uses, if it's ineffective, no one uses it? I kind of think that's still a problem for sure. That's something to consider. However, I would say that it gives another element or another thing that you look forward to. That also means that they would have to provide TLC on that system. However, that system doesn't need to be updated every single content update. You definitely could put in a pipeline for that. And that to me is like, oh yeah, this is a new system. That means the developers aren't done yet, right? They're like, oh yeah, what is the next cool thing that'll come by? So ESO2 does this thing where whenever you add something new, it's basically an opportunity to add, everything is skinnable, right? Everything is cosmetic. So when they introduce a new system, it's like, oh yeah, there's also new cosmetics for it. And that's kind of, it's not, in my opinion, as frowned upon or absurd when you gain access to the feature and the mechanics, and then you're offered customization on top of it, which is like fashion and whatnot, and it's purely optional, right? So I'm really curious if that might be something that's up Cryptic's sleeve. I think what I'm describing is effectively the new wave of how to forward invest in a game while continuing to maintain your contain a consistent level, so you don't have to like escalate content creation. You don't have to escalate artist work, right? Writing work, which I feel is probably the most demanding hit and miss aspect, because it's incredibly subjective, very difficult to monitor. Like some days you can create a story that is awesome, and then 1 year down the line you're working on this expansion and it hits like a wet noodle, right? There are companies that are doing that to this day, and you can see it is a wild hit and miss. I would say a great example is Dawn Trail. Like, what allows its incredible staying power is the underlying mechanics and the features that are added to the game that gave it a baseline 8, right? But why isn't it a 9? Like, why is it not even a high 8? The story it didn't resonate, it didn't hit, like whatever that I don't play Final Fantasy 14, but if you can collect the comments, it's like, oh yeah, it's business as usual, we got a new killer feature or like something great, and then the story didn't hit, so that has diminishing returns, right? But the game feels great, the fundamentals are great, and that's kind of the idea of constantly experimenting. Honestly, I haven't seen a live service game yet where like they say, oh yeah, we're gonna do this killer feature, and then like, okay guys, this didn't work, so we're gonna take it away. I think to me the most obvious example in Neverwinter history is the removal of the Foundry. One of the core features of the game was removed, which was Foundry. when it was first released, I was here when the game first released over 10 years ago, and that hurts, right? So in nowadays though, that was before live service was a thing, right? Like the big live service, this type of live service. So nowadays, it's largely not about removing the feature, but either keeping the feature idle or continuing to test the waters with experimental features. As largely, your life is filled with features that are ever present. And I think those are the healthier, more satisfying and consistent live service games to this date. What are the groundworks of, okay, a new content's released. That means all of these other things interact with this new content. So every time you release a new map, your upkeep certainly will increase. However, the demand on constantly having to hit on such a subjective note, like the story, the iterations and stuff, that's largely not affected. Like, can be a hit and miss, and it's so risky. So putting all your money or putting all your resources into expecting that you can satisfy everyone in terms of not reinforcing the habit, but a one-time memorable event, is like saying people go to the movie theater specifically just for the movie itself, like the content itself. I would argue a vast majority of people who like to go to the movie theater is the habit and the feature of the movie going experience. It's something familiar while interacting with something unfamiliar, right? And I think that's kind of in my opinion, the philosophy that underlies, I need to do one more thing. The philosophy that underlies making a wonderful, successful live service game. It offloads developers' constant pressure to release something unprecedented, like creatively unprecedented. I'm not saying that developers are not creative, or developers might be hitting a drought or something like that. That's not the case. You have a community that have access to all the content creation on the internet. I think it takes quite a bit of hubris to think that to live a healthy life as a developer of one of these games, right, that you're going to be able to constantly put out novel content that you won't have critics saying, oh, this is just like Genshin Impact. Oh, this is just like World of Warcraft, that kind of thing, right? That's gonna happen. So instead, I would argue, if there are developers that truly like working on a live service game, I actually think those people do exist. It's a healthy work environment that involves a quality of life approach, a habit formation quality of life approach, like a content creation approach to the content, while thinking of more of a quality of life thing to the feature set of a live service game. Like, I can see myself loving to be a conceptual like design coordinator or something, saying, hey, you know what, I just got inspired by how I like to do my jogs in the morning. Recently, I decided my jogs, I would want to pick up something along the way. You know, like if I'm going to jog, I might as well add a water break in the middle with my favorite beverage or something. And that will mean it's a new feature and you'll do it every single time you run. So what does that look like in terms of a game perspective? What is a feature that will add just a little tweak to the formula and it's optional, but it's also welcome, right? And that to me is building up something as opposed to constantly changing something. Like people will run the way they want to run, right? Play the game the way they want to play. However, you constantly offer them options that are that's dangling in front of them, are constantly in part involved. Like, oh hey, I would say here's an interesting thought. In the beginning of every dungeon run, it's like, hey guys, we're gonna add this little tidbit of life to our games. In the beginning, when you get into a dungeon, all your characters are gonna be sitting around a campfire, and we're gonna introduce this new layer of items that you can get via the store, maybe a lockbox, however they want to, and then free ones and merchandise ones. You know, sit around a campfire, and you can choose to put in a drink or a food item, and depending on those things, you get a little tiny buff, you know, a little edge here and there for the team's run. And it would be for random queues, or they could place it directly into only random queues as opposed to like pre-formed queues. So it'd be like strangers greeting each other. However, it's just a little tiny buff, like you get that 1% or something, and now you have a feature that is involved constantly in the game's makeup without affecting all the other systems in place. So like, hey, I'm gonna buy a lot of these items, or I'm gonna go and craft these items, and I like to give that 0.2% bonus when I enter a random queue, because in the beginning you can choose to do that, right? And it affects every single time you walk into a dungeon, any trial. And for the future of the game, you can always add new items to it. However, all the item in place will consistently be a feature until you decide to update it. So what happens is it pays back even if that system doesn't get updated. It continuously pays back. So whenever you release a new dungeon, whenever you release a new trial, which is basically every time, everyone's gonna huddle around a campfire, drop in something. I'm actually taking something that they already do, and I'm thinking of the dragon hunts. In the beginning, people can decide if they want to mod the game. However, that's usually something that escalates difficulty or escalates risk reward. However, this thing is a positive thing. Adventurers gather in a dungeon, right? When you wait for everyone to load in, usually someone might bolt off and go on their own, or like someone's AFK. But the idea is it's possible to use that time. Everyone loads into around the campfire, and you drop in an item, whatever it is. It can be thrown like candy, like, hey, I'm gonna drop in a beer that gives you 0.1% movement speed. Might not seem like much, but the idea is it's a positive action. It's something that adds to the experience, and it has a sentimental quality to it. I don't know anything about Dungeons and Dragons, really, like very little. However, I can earnestly tell you, adventurers gather around a fireplace, right? They talk, they chill before they engage in a dungeon. I think it's thematically aware, and there's already all the systems in place in this game for something that works like that. It could be something appealing. I did not come up with this idea ahead of time. I just thought of it right now. Seems like a natural it has a natural place for a game like this. And sure enough, here's the business side of things. You can sell special food that maybe give 0.2% instead of 0.1% movement speed or something. You can make special events that release extra food. You can use existing food. You don't even have to reinvent the food. Like, hey, I'm gonna dump in whatever's available in the game. What it does, in my opinion, is provide an extra thing you can choose to do or choose not to do in the game, and it is constantly a fixture of the game. So whenever I think about these, what do you call it, features of a game, that's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of when someone asks me, oh, so what do you do in the game? I would highlight things that are the most consistently occurring in the game. You're not necessarily talking about the iconic things in the game when it comes to a live service game. Like if you say something like that in a live service game, it's likely going to be a smaller portion of the game. And I'm going to be real from a psychological perspective. If you're advertising your live service game based on moments, punctuated moments in your entire game, I think that's an uphill battle versus psychology of a person in general. If your game isn't, our combat is great because you do it all the time, our character customization is great because you do it all the time, then I think that's a failing marketing strategy for a live service game. It has no staying power because with every update, if your thing is, oh, our story is the best, right? So every single content you release has to make sure your story is continuing to be the best, as in it has to be better than the last, it has to continue to be better than the last. And the chances and odds of that happening is, I feel it's creatively absurd, almost illogical and irrationally arrogant. So I wouldn't, in my opinion, I think that's a really terrible way to understand how humans consume content, right? In my opinion. However, if your game is like, if someone were to ask me, what does Neverwinter have to offer? There are dungeons, there are trials, there's gear, there's enchantment, companions, mounts, and the goal, in my opinion, for Cryptic and Dika is, what else could I say to someone else that this game has to offer to the list that I have, because that is the thing that you'll be doing and thinking about and looking forward to, regardless if the content hits or not, regardless if like the map sucks or the story might not hit or you don't like the aesthetics. Like, oh, people just don't like lava locations, right? They don't like lava locations, and suddenly you release a lava mountain location, like, yeah, I'm over it, I'm over this. However, I'm still going to play this because there's a dungeon, there's a trial, there's new gear, new mounts, and I think, in my opinion, they're still updating those. So I have I'm more inclined to say that they're continuing to support this game, largely due to, you can kind of see, or at least I want to show appreciation for the idea that they're continuing to increase the quality of life of the game. I think whoever stays I like to think and see that when a developer and a publisher is investing in such things as these things on this tab, maybe not the history tab. I think the history tab, it did get a TLC, by the way. Even the history tab got a TLC, and that's due to the flavor of your gods and goddesses, I suppose. And like that, even, or that stuff got a TLC. So this stuff is live service. How wonderful and sentimental and historical your journal and all these things is the elements of legacy in live service. You do a lot of little things because it's, in my opinion, is that the longer a game goes, the monumental moments become less and less significant. they are relatively a smaller and smaller portion of the journey, right? A live service is a journey. Life is a journey. A standalone video game with a $70 price tag is an event. It is something that you'll play, hope nostalgia holds, and people move on. And those things are fantastic in the moment. A live service game can't be in the moment every single moment. I think that destroys the livelihood and health of the developers. It causes anxiety and really terrible business like risk problems, right, with investors, and consumers will continue to have escalating unpredictable, unrealistic expectations. It'll continue to climb and be non-sustainable, right? Having a game that communicates, hey guys, you have a new area to explore, all your fixings are here, and we're going to add a new fixing in the future, and our content is still going to basically stay the same volume. However, now you have more things to do. I mean, it could be as simple as, it could be as mundane as, hey, I'm going to pick flowers. And then every new region is going to have new flowers to pick to put in your pot in your workshop or something. That is the live service model. I think those are the things that create a sense of belonging to a game, because you're trying to convince the player to more or less spend a habitual time, not an unhealthy time, like you're not predatorily convincing them to do it. You're demonstrating that there's things to do. Stop by our game, go collect a new flower, put it in that pod in your customized area. That's a memory to be stacked. At least that's what I think about when I play this game. I don't treat live service games the same way I treat like the deck builders that I've played, right? And the developers don't either, which is great, right? However, these developers like Cryptic and Dika, their livelihood is based on having a healthy relationship with the development cycle of a live service game. So I think it's a great win-win-win when the publisher agrees, oh yeah, we get consistent results. The developer is like, we're trying to increase the experience or focus on the experience, elevate the experience of the game, not predicated on incredible subjectivity and unrealistic content, as opposed to quality of life, because they like making quality of life changes as well, or something like that. Like, how do you improve your lifestyle? It's not reinventing the content, is largely reinventing the way you engage with the content, right? Your running is cardio is still going to be cardio. It's going to take your breath away. It's going to suck. Might as well make a different type of suck, or like going to that suck state in a different way. And that offsets the monotony and whatnot. And I think having creators with a similar mindset can make a life working on live service game manageable. Otherwise, I would say if you have developers that disagree with that philosophy and continue to do that for a live service model, I think their talents and potentials are better or more appropriately served in a major project, like moving on to a major project, a project that isn't a live service. And that, in my opinion, from a human resource management situation, like if I was HR or something, I would allocate and match developer intent with the type of project that suits them. I think there isn't a place for a developer that think creative liberties and experimental content creation and like wild story segments and stuff is appropriate for a live service game. However, they will definitely find more at home with like an indie studio or a title who wants to do experimental subjective projects, right? So there's that whole point. If you're a developer that's seeking a lot of creative liberties and whatnot, live service is obviously not for you. However, there are different types of developers, and I think why I still continue to play live service games is that's how I approach my life schedule. Don't get me wrong, I still play games like indie games all the time to offset this, but these are two different sides, like, two different sides of a multi-faced die, if you will, a 20-sided die perhaps. I'm looking forward to what they're gonna go in the future. That's kind of what live service means, at least in my opinion. I had to find a giant to kill or some sort of... Come on. Number 8? 8 is full. 12? 12 is full. Also, that goes with the consumer too. If someone I get this question quite a bit when they ask me, oh, do I recommend the game, or why have I played this game for so long? And I probably say the same thing. Not only am I talking to the developers, I'm also talking to myself or the consumer. If you're expecting Black Myth Wukong while you're playing this, like a live service game versus a single release game, this game is not for you. Or any live service games, for example, is not for you. Being able to be honest about, or being aware of what you require as a person may go a long way from being disappointed and constantly being at odds with being betrayed by your own expectations, in my opinion. I actually, while other people, I still find lots of conversations about this when people are brainstorming about ideas for the future of Neverwinter. It comes with things like, oh, what if they brought like this roguelike, Souls-like hybrid idea to this game? And my first thought is no. It is so unlikely to happen. And also, it will... someone else would come in and say like they might as well make a new game then. It's like, exactly. That's exactly the point. So, to me, much like life, you don't uproot everything in order to chase a new trend. And I think that's one thing that allows... Oh, I thought there were more people here. That allows Neverwinter to still exist today. There is a bit of stubbornness, right? A bit of pride, but I think the pride is set somewhere that is appropriate enough to keep this game going, where dramatic changes, uprooting all your fundamentals, to me illustrates weak hands, very weak hands, and establishing a lifestyle, and so live service game, is trend chasing. Trend chasing is much like relying on the fact that you will constantly hit with a new story. Like, imagine if Last of Us was a live service game. I think that's a situational night. That you're going to deliver hit after hit after hit on something that is trend chasing. As in, oh, you're trending now, let's chase our own trend until it's not a trend, or like it's not trendy anymore, right? Well, it's not trendy after it's established. At most, you got like a limited lifespan of one iteration, and if you're really lucky, a second iteration, and then it ends. The trend is no longer trendy. Trends move on, right? In a live service game, if you chase trends, well, you don't stay trendy for long, right? That's it. That's thinking like one content creator is able to stay trendy for the rest of their career. That's insane. I think it takes a very special, arrogant person
to, or a collective, an arrogant collective, to think that a successful career is marked with all successes, right? Like they can never fail. And I think having a system for a live service game where, yeah, some content, like, oh, sorry guys, like this module, I know our story wasn't that great. Like, the dungeon didn't really hit that well. That's okay, right? So having a consistent basis is what I think still keeps me going with Neverwinter and other specific live service games like Hearthstone. Like, you still have all the, you continue to pile up more people who dislike your game, as well as continue to pile up more people who are in maybe like okay with your game, and then you have continued to pile up people who are long staying loyalists to your game. That is life, as opposed to, you know, Black Myth Wukong slamming down 90% popularity and all that, and then when the game ends and it offsets its trend, the developers are up and pressured to make the next big thing. Now the developer, which like most developers, are hoping that their DLC, whatever they release, will equate and match the hype and publicity that they generated. And if I had a track record, I haven't data mined all this myself personally, but I think if I had to make a conservative guess, less than 30% of titles that have such a fantastic launch will ever have a DLC that ends up being favorable. And I'm not saying that the DLC is of poor quality or anything. It can be exceptional, like absolutely exceptional, way above par of the realistic resources that developers and publishers have. However, that cannot offset the expectation of people who consume your product who's not part of the development or publishing effort, right? And it doesn't necessarily help that generalization hypercategorization happens. So the question is, Black Myth Wukong's DLC, is it going to hit harder than Elden Ring's DLC? And that's like, to me, that sucks. Although those developers who are in it have their heads on straight, right? They're aiming to do this. Live service games, like live service developers, I think viewing in that way would be absolutely such an unhealthy relationship moving forward. Trying to like be something you're not fundamentally, and constantly wanting to try. Like, I still think I would still applaud and think it's a really brave act to try to do that in the long run. It is a very risky proposition, but for now, I think I'm basing most of this stuff on what is already observed, right? I'm not a person who takes risk on looking and predicting the future. That's definitely someone else's kind of deal. What is working now is how I feel is working for me on how enjoying live service games are. Like, where do you pick up a live service game that you're willing to invest, play until you love it, play until you form a sentimental bond with it, maybe even a love-hate relationship, but ultimately it's something to do. Pick up live service games that have developers that give you the, in my opinion, give you this sense of foundational work, feature set focused, and then maintaining a consistent but very modest, maybe even effectively reasonable amount of content rotation. And you have Neverwinter. That's one of them. Although right now, I would say I am more ecstatic or hopeful about other live service games, largely because what I mentioned here, where I'm hopeful for a new feature in the game in Neverwinter. However, I'm not expecting one, right? I'm less expectant of one from Cryptic and Dika. Meanwhile, I'm playing like, you know, PSO2, a Sega property, and I have no idea, but the next one could be just an entirely new feature. Like, it happens so regularly. Like, between the time of these two modules, the last one and this module, there's like a surface level card game introduced with and then a new combat layer on top in the time of between this module and the last module. It's pretty actually kind of absurd how often they mix up the core gameplay, or not necessarily mix up the core gameplay, just add on top of the core gameplay. It's to the point where like the new mechanic is incredibly efficacious. However, how they go about choosing when, you know, let's say they introduce a new ultimate to this game, and that ultimate's like so broken, you know, like it's so good. So how does the PSO2 team do it? Well, they give you challenges where you can only use certain things because the other thing is more effective. However, if you try to use your normal core stuff, then it still works, just not as good. So how they went about it is like, oh, here's an event, use this new skill, use this new system, and then they try to find clever ways of, oh, in this section you can only use this skill because this skill is the most effective, like this system. So in a way it makes it so that, like, for example, in a dungeon run, you could introduce a new segment in a dungeon run where, oh yeah, everyone has to fly, so all your skills get changed to the flying system just for that moment. So then you don't actually even have to worry about balancing the thing with all your existing mechanics. The idea is it becomes the next section of, call it what you will, but it's kind of like an indie game, like, for example, or a game design like Dave the Diver, right? You have many microsystems because life is like microsystems. You have to do a little of this, you have to do a little of that, you have to know how to drive to the grocery store. Well, that's a skill that's exclusive to the driving part. You go to the grocery store, now you have to do a grocery store segment. You have to do a, you know, that kind of thing. And that's why I mentioned the whole campfire thing as a way to offset the routine or add to the routine of dungeon running, right? In the beginning of every dungeon run, your adventurers gather up around a campfire. Do some, you know, add something to that. Like that's an opportunity to say, like, oh, let's play a mini game at the beginning of each dungeon run. It might not hit at first, but the idea is everyone can vote to skip. It's like, oh yeah, you know, right in the beginning, everyone will get like an instant command, like hit X to participate in mini game. If not, it's like, all right, everyone skipped. You know, something like that. Like, no, I don't want to do a mini game today. That kind of thing. I think live service leans really, really well to microsystems. How many microsystems do you have? And how you can basically deliberately hand over fists introduce them into the lifestyle so that the habit gets established, right? What's the hardest thing to do in life? Start as you get older, start a new habit and maintaining it. So in a game, though, in a game environment, you can offer virtual incentives for that to happen, and designing an appropriate incentive to forming a new habit increases the dynamics of the experience. Then it would be something that I can say. It's like, oh, hey, you guys know there's this interesting little thing that is in this game that maybe is not even in any other game. Whenever you start a dungeon, you have to like sit around a campfire and negotiate if you want to play a mini game. It's like, yeah, it's a hassle. It can be annoying. People might not want to respond and make jokes about it. It's like, but it is an experience, and it is something that you have to do every time. And like you have to choose to like pass or something every time. But the thing is, you can say that. Like when you say describe the dungeon going experience in Neverwinter. It's like, well, we have to huddle around a campfire first and then like poke at each other and make fun of each other or complain about how annoying and gimmicky this is. It's like, well, yeah, that's awesome. Sounds like a game. It sounds like a game with a unique feature that is mildly annoying but can also be sentimentally a defining feature. The more you have of that, in my opinion, the more likely your live service game will be irreplaceable. Right? What are your gimmicks? Right? I feel like if I were working for a live service game, my thought is to build up that list. As someone who runs the PR of a live service game, I would want to fill up that list with, hey, this is what you do all the time in this game. Does any other game do this? And it can be something as trivial as, hey, every day when you start a new day, you have to pet a horse because you have to maintain a horse or a mount, and that's just a way of it. Like, oh, okay. Well, it's kind of annoying, but at the same time, it's like, you know what? After a while, you're just like, yeah, it feels very different if you don't like take care of your horse or take care of your mounts to make sure that you get the full bonus or something. And or something like, oh, here that's a thing, like have a stable and just have your mounts rendered, your 3 mounts or something in a stable, and when you log in, you can choose to feed them something. It gives them like, I don't know, 2% extra mount speed, and then you don't change the base mount speed, right? You don't go back and redact all your existing mount stuff. But the new feature would be, you would enter your makeshift stable, and you would have your 3 primary mounts for display, maybe, or something like that, or for personal or public display, and you can choose to feed them whenever you log into the game to get 2% mount speed. And you can build on top of that. So what else can you feed them? What else can you quote unquote sell to feed them and stuff? That is something that will end up on the list. It's like, oh, hey, you guys know, we have mounts that give mount powers and stuff, but you can also feed your mounts, and they get like a slight bonus. Like, it's not a big deal, but it's something you do all the time just to eke out all that extra, things. It's like that is a feature in the game. I think features are not necessarily based on their efficacy in the terms of how useful per se it may be, but more how it's a fixture in your game, right? Here's one from PSO2. What is a feature of the game in PSO2? The customization is absolutely unhinged. Like, I can't begin to tell you how rudimentary the character visualization system is. However, because it's so janky and rudimentary, the most creative and absurd looking characters and objects, I mean, characters don't even look like people anymore. They can look like objects. That is a characteristic and feature of PSO2. Now the question is, what more can you add that to Neverwinter's list? And I think the sky is still the limit in terms of development cycles, in developing ideas like that. Now, in terms of like coherent story and content and D&D license, that's tough, right? And I still think the whole D&D Wizard of Coast license, I think there's a restriction. So even some of the stuff that I'm talking about would need to be a little bit clever so that the in line with the whole Wizard of the Coast branding and whatnot. So I can understand that. I become back in the day, I've become acutely aware of what there are limitations on what you can and cannot do about the representation I need to do on like what can be introduced. However, a staple, a staple with your mounts, I think that is not crossing the line, right? Feeding your mounts, I think that's not crossing the line, that kind of thing. In fact, I would argue many slice of life things that deal with adventures can be themed around Western fantasy. I think one of the things that make Dungeons and Dragons incredibly, like the Dungeons and Dragon campaigning and stuff, is the idea that you're playing with the sense of personality of dealing with realism, or like things that is imbued with a slice of life aspect, right? Dealing with the human component. So things like gathering around a campfire naturally and sharing a drink and whatnot, that is in the spirit of adventure, Western, D&D and what, like Western RPGs in general. I think it's more so than other genre, right? We're not talking about an action game per se. We're talking about a role-playing game here, RPGs. Not to be confused with the popularized action RPG, which kind of circumvents all the little things like eating. I'm not suggesting that we should have systems in this game where you have to like go to the bathroom or something, but things that are part of the adventure, the process. Would be interesting. I think one thing though that could be added, and I'm saying no to it, is durability. No, let's not talk about durability. Durability is fine. I'm okay. I think probably a fairly convincing unanimous decision is not introducing something like durability. Like, oh no, you have to maintain your weapons. Okay, I'll give people that though. I mean, honestly, I still wouldn't be that object, I wouldn't be too offended by having to do like an extra step to maintain your weapons, but I think that we don't need that kind of mechanic. So while I'm talking about all these little things that you can do, it is a fine balance between what makes it a chore, right? Because life has chores. You have to upkeep things, and it's a chore in general. Actually, playing a live service game is quite akin to a chore. The idea is providing that balance of incentive, sentimentalism, and record keeping of you doing the chores. So kind of like this is kind of such a left field thing, but I've been language learning with Duolingo, right? The streak system is demonstrating that you're doing a chore, which is a lot of people think learning a language can be a chore, but incentivizing, gamifying it to the sense that you can show how often you did a chore, right? So in campfires and things, that idea is incentivized in your performance, right? A little boost here, a little boost there, that kind of thing. And then completing the dungeon ends up leading to some sort of record keeping. That kind of thing. I'm basically saying a lot of the things I'm going to say again later as a reflection. Maybe I won't say all of it. I'm taking the time now. At the end of a project, I spend a lot of time reflecting, but Neverwinter is more like a live service thing, so I do it during the stream, trying to reflect on what playing this game, you know, the recent module got me thinking. I've been thinking about this for quite some time. Like, what can the main reason is the concern about week 6 and on, or maybe like week 5 and on. It is centered around currency, right? A lot of the quote-unquote features that we're talking about is what it's centered around. That's how the campaigns are designed, in my opinion, in terms of the chore upkeep side of things. What do you unlock in week 6? What do you unlock? So these milestones, right? What do you unlock in after week 4 that isn't content specific, right? You unlock more boons. You unlock like a turn in at 10, like this turn in for companion tokens. So it is centered around acknowledging that they are doing quality of life things. And my thought is, what else can you add to that, right? So that while the content can be strapped, it can be really tough to keep producing content, which Mount Hood now is a returning content, right? And people talked about, oh yeah, you know, if you were here for this, it looks more or less the same. They moved around the base, and yeah, that's gonna happen. However, if one introduced a feature, that would set an opportunity and groundworks for the future, which that will not have the same reception. It would be different than the actual like intellectual stuff. I don't want to sideline intellectual things, but it's so risky. And centering around something creative and intellectual, the internet is filled with all this stuff, and it creates consumers, in my opinion. It leads to consumers who are very expectant of endless content per se. I think it's not necessarily from a malicious standpoint, but more from a place of familiarity. If you're constantly used to having endless content, what happens when you start playing a game? Well, that behavior filters to a game. Not everyone has to live a life of awareness and perspective. If they get a lot of content everywhere else, well, who's to say that they don't have the same expectations of a live service game? And this is specifically the commentary regarding game direction and game development, not necessarily a whole digression on how to have a healthy relationship with a live service game from a gamer perspective, right? From a consumer perspective. I talk about this every once in a while when I'm playing Neverwinter. When someone asks like, oh wow, people still play this game, that kind of thing. Then I start talking about that. Like, well, I still play this game for probably many reasons that many other people don't play this game, because these games are not made for you, or these games don't target you, right? And then there are people who come at me and say, well, I hate this game because Elder Scrolls Online is better. I'm like, well, I'm glad that you found a game that suits your requirements, and this game suits me fairly appropriately. It's a reason why I'm not upset when I voluntarily do something. If you go around telling people how you're upset and you're constantly doing things that you don't like, the question I like to ask the person is, why do you do it? I mean, I honestly don't try to, I mean, from the developer and publisher's standpoint, yes, they can mislead you, they can, and that is on them for sure. If a developer and a marketing team is deliberately misleading you, that is an onus on them. However, at the same time, you have control over a lot of this, right? If you understand yourself well, know what you're getting into to some extent. I'm not talking about like, oh, you read a pamphlet or did research or looked at other people's experience. I'm talking about you and how that information applies to you. Then I would say most of the time you wouldn't have, in my opinion, a person that has great awareness of what they're doing are less likely to go around complaining about choices that they made, in my opinion. And to me, that's a little bit direct and aggressive, but my only feeling is I hope in the future that person gets to learn from all the experiences as opposed to complaining about it. But they can complain about it as well as learn from that experience and have less and less of these experiences in the future, perhaps. Or they stick to the game that they found that's really good until they hate it, which typically that's, in my opinion, what happens to a person who lacks self-awareness and understand fundamentals about how live service games work or whatever they like. That's saying it's no, in my opinion, is very similar to that person who says, oh, I started running for a month and then I found it super boring, so I quit and I never ran again. That kind of thing. Flavor of the week, trend chaser, etc., and repeat the cycle. You can go through life perfectly content going through that cycle. I happen to be not one of them. I prefer to generally like to do the things I choose to do. It can be tough at first, but usually I stick to it long enough to have it be very rewarding from a constructive standpoint or something I can use. If I play a game that is absolutely garbage, that most people think is garbage, well, I have something I can use it for to be worthwhile. Maybe a list of things to not to do, to appeal to consumers or something. Often not a waste of time. I don't choose to waste my time, I suppose. I feel some people, when they are very angry and they project it onto others, it almost sounds like they want to convince themselves that they have wasted time instead of finding a way to make that time valuable. A poor experience, a terrible experience, can also be a very valuable experience. It can make it useful for other people, right? I'm not saying go around and gaslight other people. Talking about how you can constructively present your case and letting others be aware that the things that upset you, if it can upset them, they will know, as opposed to convincing them that they should hate something because you hated it. That's like the story of the internet at this point. Internet commentary. I think, the irony here is I'm making internet commentary on internet commentary. So take it with a grain of salt, I suppose. I think the winner here is whoever's happier with what they're doing. And typically when someone asks me, do I like something that I'm doing? The answer is yes, I do. I do get the question a lot when someone asks me, oh, so what do you think about this game? Or what do you think about this thing? Meanwhile, I've been, for example, Neverwinter, I've been playing this game for over 7 years. Like in total, because I had like years where I played more sparsely and whatnot, but I've been here since the beginning and I'm still here in the current. Or like someone asked me something like, oh, what do you think about
you know, Duolingo for language learning. It's like, well, you know, I've been using this for 210 days and I'm pretty sure I'm still smiling. So, however, it cheapens when I reveal the truth is that most of the time when I choose to do something as opposed to being forced to do something, I'm usually doing it with a smile because I know myself well enough and I know the stuff I choose to do well enough. It's the other stuff that I gravitate towards. It's when someone tries to convince me, but someone I trust tries to convince me to do something, I'll still probably end up liking it 90% of the time because that person likes it. So oftentimes, whatever I'm voluntarily doing, I absolutely enjoy it. I think that's not the case for so many people's decisions. It's something I have trouble resonating with a lot of people. When people say, "Oh yeah, I should have went with this." Don't be like me. I thought this game was going to be good and it wasn't. I'm like, okay. So is it because the game isn't good because you thought it was going to be good? Like I don't understand. Like I played this game. I chose to play this game because I'm probably gonna find something interesting about it. And even if it's bad, it's still useful. So in the long run, I don't even have to have fun to make it feel rewarding. In fact, sometimes having a terrible time is very useful. It tells me about what I don't like so far. It's almost a challenge to find that nowadays, actually. The things I choose to do. Now, I could be forced to do things that I don't want to do. That's happened before. Like in a job, you know? I wish I could find a instance. Man, I wish I could find an instance that isn't full. What is the deal with today's full? Oh, wait. Hold. Come on, give me a call on 4. No? Call on 1? Oh. Oh, dang it. Come on. Last week. I mean, what can you say? Last week, it's late in the day. This is probably where the vast majority of people... Oh, wait. Dang it. Maybe 2. I just hopped to 2 right away. Let's just look at the map and see. I see Avatar. Maybe someone's... No. Anyways, that was a good talk. Good talk. I'll touch upon quite a few of these things when I'm doing my closing remark of this module. It's a little bit of a setup for the module. Those were my thoughts about the module. I think more the theme is Cryptic is... Oh yeah, no one's there. Everyone went over there and peeked at it and then think that no one started it, right? No one's there. Everyone just went for peek. Yeah. I'm gonna go. Yeah, one of the big things now is I think this might be the last module before the whole like embracer group debacle. So like it goes without saying that if one was following gaming news, right, the gaming industry and like business side of things, embracer group is
having a, how you say, like a lot of other studios having a like how should I put it, a reorganization, consolidation per se, right? The receding gaming industry and etc. At large, and then we have some very specific groups that are particularly making very corporate moves, and one of them is the Embracer Group. And how's that relevant to Neverwinter and the Cryptic Group is that the Embracer Group is, I think, still is the owner of, like, they recently acquired, not recently, but maybe like 2 years now, or a little bit over 2 years. So whatever is happening now, Cryptic and Dika, a group within the Embracer Group, I think, is like, maybe there's some restructuring. They might be affected by the restructuring and all that. So this might actually have been an ongoing project. Like Hood now might be the last ongoing project since whatever has been happening, because obviously lots of content is being set in motion well before like current events happen. And one of them, a lot of them do involve the Embracer Group. Someone said invite for BHE. Dang it. Wait, maybe I can get over this. I need to do a lot of these. 56%. Why is the... I feel like the fighter gets less credit for activities all the time. Oh, no. Someone just triggered the event and did nothing. Okay. Understandable. That's fantastic. By fantastic, I mean that sucks. Can I, instances. Getting baited by calls that don't exist. Come on. An hour and 42. Come on. All right. I think we have to suck it up and complete. Start. Not that. You know what? I'm just saying. Entire group is 1%. Man. That is low. Holy, that is low. Okay. Maybe. Yeah, taking out two entire groups is 1%. So I don't have to take out 43%. 43 groups. Let's see. Well, I do see giants missing in the south. So if I were to venture to guess, they're either this giant or that giant. Definitely not at venting.
this giant? That doesn't look auspicious. What are the chances? Nope. Hmm. Wait. No. I was like, I was a bit expecting perhaps more peeps come along. Alright. I think we're gonna bite the bullet and do repeatables. I think everyone's clocking out of this module. Or out of this campaign anyways. Alright. We'll go to a low population and do repeatables. Not that bad. Oh, the pick is here. Okay, so mining, relics, kindling, seeds. Oh, that's not too bad. Let's do the lava crystals first. Wait. Oh. Hmm? Ow. Lava indeed hot. Oh my gosh. It takes 3 seconds for that to subside. Oh. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. I thought it was 6, but it's 10. I can't. Friendly? Friendly? Friendly. Don't. Oh, come on. Nope. Don't whip me. Don't whip me. Okay. When I was talking about the whip is there's a giant attack where it pulls you backwards if you're too far away. You know. No whip. Whip bad. I still have to do those like commanders, like the giants and whatnot to get currency, to get boons, or you do like the weeklies to get access to the boons because of currency, which is understandable. The design is understandable, although I'm starting to fall off on even keeping up with
doing that by getting boons. Lava indeed hot. Okay. Alright, we're here. It was going to be quick until it's not. Am I closing portals? The answer is no. I know one of them's relics. Oh, this thing? I'm not sure if I landed on this before. Oh, we have a new lockbox too, so I guess I can pick up lockboxes. The Firefox, we can open it as a celebration. Hooray! Lockboxes. Only gonna open as many as I have picked up. Oh, the spirits. Got to interact. Yeah. We bury the remains. Rest in peace. Oh. Oh. The verticality. Okay. No, 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 no. Okay. Okay. Nice. Oh, that's awkward. You know? Oh. No, no, no. I don't remember doing this one. Okay. Then we have kindling. Or kindlings. Kindlings. Oh, come on. You'll place the spawn point right on top of that? Come on. How are these guys in aggro range so far? What the heck? Yeah, I get it. Their range. Cut me some slack. I'll take that. Eh. Some vents? Probably vents. No, seeds. Oh, these seeds. Oh, the other ones were probably taking seeds from. Yeah, taking. There was a lot of seed activity. Okay. All right. That wasn't too bad. Not so. Oh, come on. I feel like I was closer to the other point. All right. Alrighty. Let's see if we have enough time. It's kind of late. It's already 6 p.m. local time. Kind of late. Unlikely to. Yeah. Fingers crossed, I suppose. Haven't found a dungeon run, a Mad Dragon dungeon run the last 3 weeks. Lukewarm, probably largely due to the familiarity of the dungeon, perhaps, and also probably the reward in the dungeon. Okay, I don't even remember what's in this. More sigils. This does not contribute to weekly cap. Not that it matters. Lesser fire element. That's a reagent, isn't it? Oh, it's a pet. That's kind of neat. Oh. You know, something like this would go a long way for some other dungeon, but hey, I guess. Alright. I picked up 2 boxes. Alright. This is for this right. This is for the lulls, the giggles and lulls. What are the chances that I open the first box and I get the fox? I think the fox mount is very cute. It's a larger size of the winter fox model. I would make a cosmetic, a fashion around it. I picked up 4 boxes on my. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Here we go. We have what? Gosh, this inventory needs some work though. I've become so laxed. Did I even pick up boxes? Nope. All right, so 6 boxes in a dream, right? And I'll be opening the like up to 70, like up to 70 or 75, whichever it is, in the background. All right. 75. Actually, I don't even know if I have. Oh, I do have 75 keys. I usually open up to 75 or get the other one. So Heart of the Volcano. Interesting. Heal, right? Does not affect. Armor melt, target text. Okay. You receive 10 less % damage. Oh, hey, that's a fairly nice tank oriented thing. Yeah, the fox mount. Kind of cute, you know. It's a larger size model of the fox companion. So really nice. Looks kind of slightly glossy, but that's kind of the nature of fur hair works, right? In aging Unreal Engine, I think this is 2 Unreal Engines ago. Maybe even 3. I don't even know. And either of these in 6 pulls, that would be incredibly impressive. Let's go. There's 1. That's below average. There's 2. What's average? That's really below average. Oh, there you have it. I don't know what I was expecting, but there you have it. All right, let's go to dungeon run. Low key, sorry, no pun intended there, but low key, the lockboxes have been pretty generous on like in terms of a probability for me. Actually, most of the time you end up landing on the mythic thing, weirdly enough. I think it does have something to do with perspective, largely. I don't really expect to get anything, something as a side thing to do. Okay, let's see. I recently brought my Sentinel, updated my Sentinel a little bit. However, I don't have the motivation to farm something like anything current to bring up the Sentinel to speed. I still think the whole Sentinel slash gate was a step in a very, very misguided direction to deliberately slow down the Sentinel's gameplay. Now the Sentinel is just relatively slow in every aspect, or in many of the aspects, so I don't tend to find it very engaging. However, I recently used it. Still feels as clunky as ever, so now the clunk feels heavier because of the lack of mobility. I think my suggestion, if I had one, is remove how Primal Fury works, the scaling of how Primal Fury works, where it increases in magnitude based on how less stamina you have. I might even argue flipping it and having Primal Fury work better with more stamina instead, so that the Sentinel has an ability or an access to something resource that increases its gameplay and its permanence, so it can have like a 400 or 500 consistent AoE that costs resources, right? What does that sound like? Sounds like the Justicar. Only the Justicar's resource is reversed. The Sentinel's resource is something that comes from Fury, not from Divinity. So Vanguard doesn't have, you can argue Vanguard doesn't have something like that. However, Vanguard has single target things, right? And that single target largely was removed due to the lack of a Sentinel slash and an AP. So if you think takedown in IBS can match up to the Vanguard, that's not the same. And Justicar's smite is incredibly effective. So Sentinel is just like a mid, very mid. Everything is quite mid. You can run around like a goofball though. That's definitely something the Sentinel can do. Run around with passive goofball in combat. First boss farm, looking for 3 DPS for bird. You know what? Maybe that's what we'll do. I haven't DPS in a long time. First boss farm, I could do that. Maybe we can pick up some gear for our barbarian, for our sentinel. I mean, I haven't made my Blade Master useful in a group setting at all either. That's how little I use my... What do I even equip? What happens when I equip this? That's disgusting. Is it because I move these? That's still disgusting. That is disgusting. Huh. Wait, hold up. I remember getting a ring. That's how often I pain give in this game too. Effectively never. No. Could have sworn I picked up something. Really? I picked up a lot of weapons lately and like artifacts, but none of them belong to, like, none of these belong to the 3 classes I have. Playing 3 classes isn't even enough to get weapon sets from random looting. I think random looting is live service dead switch. It's a kill switch. Whenever you do random looting, makes you not want to play. You know, you just have a bunch of these things always sitting in your inventory. It's like, what is it for? Well, it's for everything you're not playing. Like all these like little pieces here and whatnot, they belong to other things, or they're either incomplete, because you always constantly get the thing. Oh yeah, I guess I have this. So this can go to the Blade Master. Guess this could go to the Blade Master. That it? Random looting. There's a bunch of random looting. Looks like we're hopping into an RTQ for the time being. Oh, wait. This is a new week. I kind of want to switch. And the currencies divide, and not that this dungeon has anything to do with that, but like Imperial Citadel, the currency is divided among the characters that you use, so you want to stick to a character. Okay. Let's do an RTQ, I suppose. That's currency, right? Yeah. We need the currency for the boon points. The seals for the boon points. Yeah, I was pretty on point 2 modules ago. Like, I really made an attempt to do Defense of the Moon Dancer, but man, how often you have to do some like run trials and dungeons for constant disappointment is far too great. And after like 15 to 20 runs, fail or not, I'm checking out. So usually now I'm like passively scaling up with anything that's available in the campaign. It doesn't really restrict you from being successful in Masters or anything. The campaign stuff is sufficient. So rarely do I go out of my way. Not that the dungeons and trials aren't entertaining. I think the loot system is dissatisfying. Although we'll talk about that a little bit too, because they ended up deciding on doing something slightly different. It still doesn't offset random loot being not class specific and all that stuff. So individualized loot is all well and good. And then this dungeon, the artifact set was distributed as a lower class system, like a lower class artifact set. Maybe they're operating on the principle that, oh yeah, you know, it's individual loot is easier to obtain, so therefore let's scale how hard things are to obtain to the quality of the loot, which is pretty archaic in my opinion on how that works. I think it works for certain games, not games that are requiring to trying to be I'm not sure if they're interested. Maybe they're not interested in increasing their player base. Perhaps not. If that's not the intent, then that makes sense. Constantly thinking that you have to do something hard in order to get something pragmatically useful, and then relegating like a consolation prize to putting in the time to doing something. So it's like cheapening time and investment over difficulty. So it has a higher emphasis on how difficult, quote unquote, difficult the content is. The success rate. If it's a lower success rate, you get a higher reward, versus like a lifestyle thing where the longer you do something, you get it. Like, you might be thinking, well, yeah, you eventually get it if you keep rolling, right? Speak to me, you know. I can't tell you doing half a year of hardcore runs in Vault of the Stars and not seeing the drop for multiple things. That happens a lot in this game. There's a fine line between what is already not skill-based anymore to having a system that punishes people for already doing the task many times over. Still exists now because the currency threshold is so high. Imperial Citadel was great the first like 30 runs, and not seeing and having too many classes, too many weapon sets, all in the same common pool, and never seeing not even one piece of your related 3 classes. And I can't even imagine how lucky you have to be if you're playing one class. Yeah, not the highest praises. It's probably one of the points where I think that type of mentality is largely selectively biased because of the way the legacy of Neverwinter, like the player base would probably find what I say a minority opinion. They would say like, well, you don't like this game enough, or you don't play this game enough, or you don't have friends in this game that do quick runs all the time, and you're always overscaled and you always play with the same people. I'm not talking about that situation. I'm talking about someone who likes playing with random players. Fast run. Good run. Neat run. Also, someone who doesn't live in an auspicious time zone. Nice. 10k. I'll take it. Can I get another 10k? No? Okay. Happy Monday, Valentine. Happy Monday. What do you do on Mondays, Valentine? Yeah, this is the last week of this Neverwinter module. A happy conclusion of another 3-month update. I expect to see one in November, actually, in December. Be interesting if they decide to do that. Otherwise, probably the next update in Neverwinter is in January or February. I'm about to do some concluding remarks because I don't think we're gonna find a dungeon run. Was gonna conclude with one last attempt at running Lair of the Mad Dragon. Feels like your longest day. Okay, so you work for 6 hours. Are you sure that's a part-time job? Is it this is still your part-time job, right? 6 hours? That's kind of long. Then one class, which is done. Now I'm home and taking a small break from studying. Already had dinner? I see. How was dinner? How was work lately? Eye anatomy. I don't know very much about eye anatomy. You know, you have your pons and cones, your retina, your iris, your optic nerve. And that's as far as I go. Maybe like the lens, the fluid chamber. I don't know what it's called. Dinner was okay. I see. Yeah, it's your part-time job. I only work Monday and Friday. Oh, okay. So you're like longer on those days too. So that's why it's part-time despite the near. I see. Yeah. Oh, that's kind of convenient if it works with your schedule. Like front load, hard load into a smaller number of days. I actually with that said, I know someone who recently needed to get a job, right? And there was an option for 4-day weeks, like 4-day work weeks for full-time things. At least this is in the United States. I don't know elsewhere. The 4 time days where they would like redistribute the hours into a 4-day cycle so you can have an additional day off. And that's interesting. Or like maybe if Sunday is the only day off, they can push even days off so that it increases the number of consecutive time as opposed to trying to distribute it across the entire week, which is an interesting idea. You know, instead of the classical 9 to 5, 6 out of the 7 days, or even 5 days a week. The wildest thing you've learned thus far is the lens of the eyes is suspended by small ligaments called zonular fibers. Those fibers are in turn attached to a muscle called the ciliary body. A ciliary body subconsciously contracts and relaxes. Focus the lens in your do things like focus on different. Yeah, those are the terms. Yeah, those are the terms I'm looking for. The technical terms. Yeah. Contraction and relaxation of your lens. Just think about an actual lens contracting and relaxing. Isn't that crazy? Like, obviously, as from a molecular biologist standpoint, just think about the material that the lens is made of. Like the interaction between the components, the compounds that create that ciliary body, like the cells that are composed to create that higher ordered organelle. I don't even want to call it muscle or something, ligament. Yeah, ligament. And then also having your biological system that develop a lens. So at some point you had cellular bodies that deposited that stuff to create a structure that resembles a lens. The lens is encased in a sac, and when you're young, it actually mostly jelly-like, can bend very easily. When you turn around 30, you should have what's called a lens nucleus. Yeah. Like from a molecular biologist standpoint, it's actually unfathomably complex to even think about the development cycle and the precision in which the lens is created from a cellular body. Like everything, like you are once a singular cellular organism. Like it's crazy. I don't know. Still, it's still so shockingly baffling today. Okay. Someone's doing a first boss. Let's hop into the first boss. Sure. Let's try the first boss. They need 3 DPS, so I'm gonna drop in as 1 DPS. Sure. Well, that DPS is kind of... I guess I have... company. Which in older cells that collect in the center and solidify, and then when you turn about 40, the lens is now too rigid to properly bend for reading. Yeah, pre-myopia. I knew the eye was complex, right? But never imagined it was quite this insanely cool. Yeah, I think it's quite cool on a macro level as well. Yeah. I think of it as cool as I am ignorant to the generalizing the macro complexity of the eye, if you know what I mean. Like nowadays it's very difficult for me to see something and not be amazed by it on the macro level, largely because if you constantly focus on the nuances, there's a micro-organization that is almost inexplicable and still incredibly complex to even fathom at the moment. Like it's kind of one of those things, when you start learning the lower details, it's difficult to imagine when you step back and look at the bigger picture. It's absolutely breathtaking. Like if you want a task that will absolutely take your breath away, ask yourself how you follow the path and development cycle of a baby, like from fertilization, and think about how many questions you can possibly answer even with what we know now. There are so many unanswered questions to explain the complexity of how a child becomes a child from the time of fertilization, from 2 gametes meeting. Like you might be thinking, oh yeah, well that's, the sperm and the egg comes together, it divides into a cell, you kind of know about mitosis and meiosis and whatnot. Have you asked yourself, how does the protein organize itself? Like, how does the cell split? Can you explain? I'm still at that, when I was working with viruses, right? I still can't even think of someone who can simulate and model and explain the cellular within a cell, the cellular dynamics of how the chromatin dissociates, and then DNA replication can happen and the cell divides. Do I consider a virus to be a living thing, by the way? That's an interesting question. I studied RNA viruses, and the central dogma has been challenged a couple of times because nucleic acids, RNA has the capacity to have emergent properties that may resemble replication and self-preservation, right? So oftentimes you can say, like, if you're obeying the central dogma of biology, it's been challenged a couple of times. And viruses, especially RNA viruses, would be probably a very close argument for being alive or being living, because self-preservation is one of the things. Selfish, nucleic acids can be selfish in its way, and viruses can co-evolve. So there are a lot of things, but I think categorization in itself in science is pragmatic. However, it's not very useful for explicit understanding. This is kind of like when we take a step out and then talk about other skills other than sciences. That's kind of how I approach most things. So the answer is yes and no. If you ask someone to define what is living, then you can answer the question. So if living requires like I don't know where your conditions for living is considered. I can answer if it's living or not based on what you qualify as living. That's probably the best way I could answer that. If you know what I mean. For me, the things that make things living, I would say yes. Kind of like the understanding of the RNA world. Are you familiar with the RNA world? I'm not gonna give like a TED talk on it. I'm just curious if you know about the concept of the RNA world. I think that's probably the best way to gather my sentiments. Not entirely familiar, but I've heard the term and sort of remember what it is. Okay. The RNA world is the idea that after a lot of understanding, I'll give like this is not a TED talk. This is probably worse than a TED talk, more cursory than a TED talk. It's like a 5-minute YouTube short hot take. There has been a lot of demonstrations over the years which involve people who are interested in viruses, that RNA, the nucleic acid RNA, can effectively have the capacity to self-propagate on its own. So that's kind of the whole idea of a lot of times things are saying like, is it living or not? And one of the major properties in the central dogma is that whatever the entity you're referring to should have the capacity to replicate, right, on its own or in a means that it can do autonomously. And there are lots of properties that would suggest that some of the origins of early life can theoretically result from nucleic acids prior to the existence of proteins, proteinaceous compounds, whatnot. So that's why the whole idea of an RNA world, as in this is a theory, not necessarily demonstrated like somehow historically, that RNA might have preceded proteinaceous compounds that make up the basic life form, like the basic operating compounds that are in organisms today. So the phrase RNA world is the idea that the world we live in now may have potentially started from an RNA world. And that is related to the studying of viruses, because viruses are let's just say arguably one of the more well-studied existing elements in our life that is capable of evolution or changes, right? Adaptation and means of propagation, and they are composed of similar compounds. Like a RNA virus is in with for all intents and purposes a strand of nucleic acid, right? And that's kind of the idea behind the RNA world. That is a very, very rudimentary and super general way of explaining RNA world. However, I think it captures the essence of the awe that a simple, like a very, if someone always constantly look at human life as the basis for complexity, looking at a virus would seem simple at first, and yet a single strand of RNA, nucleic acid, can bring down an organism like a human being, right? So the idea is it's incredibly elegantly, it's almost so sophisticatedly simple at, yeah. What up? I need to read this. Every time appear imp close of boss will appear a special imp. Artifacts and mount for the first imp. Daily powers for the second imp. Still in this rotation, okay? Stay behind of boss. Alright, sorry. I have to look at instructions given to me here. Okay. Alright, fair enough. I haven't DPS'd for this. So usually we're tanking. Okay. So I'm looking for an imp. And we're staying behind the boss. Okay. And dailies and stuff. Oops. That's not what I'm meant to do. I don't know what life gauge. Maybe it's a life gauge rod? There it is. So. Oh. Oh, that imp. Okay. And then I guess we're using dailies for the other imp. So whenever that shows up. Oh, this one. Okay. Oh, I can even get the Manticore's main bite off because no tank for the imp. Nice. Well, this isn't too. I wonder if that's dodgeable, but I don't want to risk it. Right. So this is where we do artifacts, right? Or not? Yay, nay, artifacts. Okay, cool. Oh, the tank got gimped. Actually, I'm not sure how the, oh, ow, please, mercy. I'm not sure how the tank got, oops. I wasn't supposed to use that daily, but that's okay. I don't actually, I'm unaware of how that tank took a 100 100 to 0 there. Wait, do we artifact here? Okay. Do as the others do, I suppose. I don't know. Maybe there are no more end phases. It is past 50. Oh, okay, yeah. Honestly, I have no idea if my outdated gear is doing anything here, but we'll see. I have no point of reference to the the average damage numbers that I'm supposed to get now. Why is that guy doing that? Dude. Why is that guy like rotating the boss's cannon? What? Okay. Dude. That dude is just running around aiming the boss's cannon at everyone. I just got it. Alright, my man. Alright. Special imp. Where are those artifacts, please? Thank you. The floor is hot. I don't like it. Yeah, we only have to do this first boss one. I think they're only doing the first boss, so it's kind of exciting, I guess. Okay. This is actually quite entertaining. I forgot what this was like. Ooh boy. Okay. Ow. 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 Feels bad, man. I want to say one of the DPS The guy that is standing there, if I had to take a guess, well, we'll find out at the end. The guy that's using like relentless slash on a single target. Diana. We'll see. Oh no, Diana's doing pretty well actually. It's Liz. Oops. I don't really take any damage, especially when I was taking chip damage from attacking. Yeah, no contest. Even being outdated. Hey, look, got nothing. Yep. Traditional. It's basically black magic. Tiny Cell somehow knows to divide into big hairless 8. You could not entirely familiar, I'd say, but okay. I'm making sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, sure. What's up? We'll do more. That didn't take too long. I didn't take a track. Oh, 16 minutes. Okay. What did I discover from there? I think I want a health stone. So let's put a health stone on. Someone is strongly reliant. Someone is incredibly strongly reliant on. Oh. Someone is strongly reliant on using, what is it? That one hot to heal. And that's not sufficient for me, so. Especially if I keep pulling aggro. And my life is kind of low, so let's equip. Oh wait, I guess I could break this up. Counter power. Nah, it's fine. What did I have available? Oh wait, I couldn't wear the new armor though. That armor. It's fine. We'll stick with this. It's the same thing. It's a bump up though. The armor is a bump up. And I'm not even using like IBS or anything like that. Just this is doing mightier leap and no bonus stacking. Less than ideal, I would say. It's pretty wild though. How flexible DPS is when it comes to not taking damage. Like even with sprinting and slipping is probably more unreliable than like rolling and dashing. However, when it comes to avoiding damage and repositioning, but man, when you play a healer, when you play a shield bearer, right? A shielder, nearly 99% of your gameplay, you start to understand how fast movement is in every other paragon and every other class that has a movement based meleeer. Range, I'm not sure. Maybe range is a little bit slower in terms of its repositioning. I don't know. But being a tank and a healer that is shield based, you do not get to reposition like this regularly. So getting hit by red circles is an anomaly in a nutshell when you have such high mobility in this game. Like here, you can still move out at the last second. It's kind of wild. Well, I guess some people might be saying, but you can do that when you're soloing. It's like, no, because you're always taking face shots and pot shots as a blade master, and a dreadnought is the only other option, right? You're still taking face shots. You don't dodge or anything. You don't reposition like that. So when you have a tank, that's a whole different story. Enemies don't aim at you. So you have like all the time, well, unless that happens, which just happened there, which I stood still while the tank was being aimed at, you know, and I was in the line of sight. But outside of that, it's like it's almost your fault if you get hit by red circles, other than, let's say, the ad phase on the first boss, like on this boss, where I see that the tank occasionally uses Valve and Enmity, but the tank's already struggling a bit to stay alive, so. Liz? You have complete stat of Stormforge. Oh. What's wrong? Oh, interesting. I see. Is Stormforge still okay? I didn't even realize Stormforge is still okay. What do I have on this? Accuracy? How much are accuracy hits? What is Diana sporting? Oh, interesting. Diana has this. I see. Oh, do they even have the damn? No. Okay. Oh, okay. Also, how much is this king? Oh, it's only 1.5. Ooh, man, I am so low in. Probably because of my artifact, right? It could be better. It's fine. I need more item power, really. It's solely just based on performance at this point. Honestly, I can probably afford to use this and then afterwards. Yeah, since I'm always going to take damage. I guess I can just let the guy hit me once before I used my bloodletter. Yeah. I don't understand why that person insists on relentless slashing so long. It's just like a blade master to sit there and hit the thing while it's sitting in hot floor. Ooh. Liz was standing in front of the boss. Got vaporized. Can I get some support, please? Appreciate it. Yay. Back to whacking at the boss. Oh. I don't want to talk about it. My timing was impeccably unfortunate there. I was seeing how I was seeing if I could lift into it as the thing was generating on the ground. A second too early. Bart, I was too early. Got blasted. That was on me. I was being greedy. Oh. Oh boy. I got charmed. I think a lot of people got charmed there. But that's unfortunate. And of course, you're expecting me to pick you up, yeah. That person did the same thing I did. Hopped in too soon. I didn't mean to do that. That was a little early. On the... No! Okay. I wanted that position. I was a little early on the avalanche. I was expecting the imps to come like one second earlier. I'm being a little bit greedy now. Trying to like anticipate. Getting myself hit extra times. Ooh, that's scary. Oh, so invulnerable. That's awkward. Imp. Ow. Yes, thank you, Liz. No. Thank goodness for avalanche, I suppose. Healing item was on cooldown. Took a bit for Liz to notice the imp was up. Needed just a wee bit more, you know? Just a wee bit more juice. Base tanking. It's an unhealthy habit, and sometimes you gotta do it. What the heck? Ugh. I hit all the wrong buttons. I don't want to talk about it. I missed my avalanche. Rip. Ooh. No, it's advanced. Why do you keep asking? Oh, actually, can you? Is there no way to tell? Huh. Imp. Oh boy. Hmm. You want me to walk in there? All right, cool, Liz. Thanks. You want me to walk in there? Cool. Thanks. Courtesy, I suppose. Uh. Yep. Unless you watch a run. Yeah. This is what happens when you spend one person who decides that courtesy of not resing yourself is felt very real here. So I got blasted. I should have just left it at that because of Liz. Yeah. Okay. Let's put this on. How much are melee? Huh? I mean, how much are accuracy? Hmm. Okay. I'll buy one. These guys keep yelling. These guys keep yelling about just not paying attention to the imps, and I'm like, no, Liz, you're dying in a pit of fire. The reason why the imp is still alive is that you don't do any DPS because you're busy dying. And then you're asking me to pick you up while not attacking the imp. So, of course, the imp still lives. Like, I'm sorry, but there is a chain of events that happen hard to keep constantly spouting. This is not, oh my gosh, that's Paladin and Clerics. I hate this. I hate this game. I swear. I haven't had, you know what, I still need an armor piece. Or anything, really, to update. But man. If I need to avoid red circles because you guys close of me, I die for fireball. I mean, we could switch roles. I suppose I could tank instead. Oh wait, this guy's a paladin. Just kidding. Oh my gosh, the heckin' healer just whispered me and asked me what are imps, by the way. They are the bigger flying things that have a feather coming from them usually. No, this is the second time. We did it the first time. It was fine. It was fine. Like, we're okay. We're okay. The first time was good. I think the one that does is some of the peeps aren't seeing where the imps are. They have very obvious tethers, like the special imp, you know, that special imp has the obvious tether, so I was just noting that. That's the healer, by the way. The healer is saying that, which that's understandable because I didn't know what the imp. I mean, I knew after the first run, which was early, which we already did. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. Like, this is, I wanted to, I usually tank and heal, you know. However, this is the first time, or this is the second time. This is technically the third time that I DPS'd here, which is kind of fun. Provided I'm not, like, spending my time trying to res someone in a pit of fire. I should have enough time for the first imp to come up. Death by rezzing is all too familiar feeling as a healer and a tank, but I didn't quite think that I would end up doing that as a pain giver as well. And then, you know, the other blade master likes to stand in a pit of fire, so it hamstrings the healer. That guy just avalanched onto the imp. Okay. I'm being like very nitpicky because I don't have much to focus on anymore now that we've already done this one time. Do you cancel my at will animations? What do you mean by which at will animation? There's only one that would be beneficial in terms of gaining frames. I said I don't DPS very often, but that doesn't mean I don't know how Blade Master works. And cancel your animation for more DPS. That would be erroneous unless you're talking about Relentless Slash. Just momentarily. Whoops. Too soon. Because your stamina. No, now it's sitting in fire. Oh. Oh, my bad. Wait, who's this guy going after? I didn't think that was an imp. Oh, okay. I tried dodging that. That doesn't work with sprint. Oh, you know what? I didn't replace my active item. Hmm. 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 No, I think they got that there.
I'm not sure if this is the one, but you know. Maybe it's this one. Oh, it's this one. Whoops. That's a small one. I see the chat moving, but if you're gonna talk to me while while this is happening, it's probably not gonna happen. Oh, I edged that circle so hard. Oh no. I don't have any healing items though. That's my fault. I edged that circle. Circle bigger than it appears. Circle edging, don't do it. It's not worth. Especially when you're using the brash strike to advance. I know. That's exactly what I said. Well, that's what the endgame barb do. I don't know exactly because I don't play. You only cancel. No. You only cancel the relentless once to get the bonus in between. So, oh, nothing useful. You cancel the relentless in between the two. So, the reason why that person is doing less is because they're relentlessing too much, in my opinion. If there is something, if you're trying to cancel relentless and you're just trying to cancel relentless the whole time, you're still gonna fall behind from a brash striker. So that's why this person is so far behind, in my opinion. You'll have 3 more classes till you end game on all classes. Dang, you're really going for it, huh? Yeah, like I'm not even getting bonuses from these raiders, like raid things, because I haven't updated my item level in so long. I got 1%. I just realized right before we started this, I only get like 1.5% from these things. I guess we'll do one more. How much time do I have? Yeah, we'll do one more before I summarize this. Oh, Diana needs a break. Actually, maybe not. Maybe this person's below me. Yeah, I had better things, I suppose. Oh, okay. They have the seconds thing. More combat advantage. No, their stats are better than mine. Maybe not combat advantage. No, their stats are better than mine in combat. No. You can cancel relentless though. I use you can't see it. Maybe it's not very apparent, but I'm relentless slashing cancel for the damage bonus in between my brass striking. So you have to do it every 12 seconds. So I relentless cancel roughly every 12 seconds. It's very quick because I only relentless cancel during my rage. During rage, and every other tab is a rampage. So you'll see 2 or 3 relentless cancels in between the whole rampage duration. Yeah. It's really fun. I think the Blade Master's rotation is great. Provided the downside of all of this is that you know, I'm sure you've already like
that you've done all the classes, or you're going to do all the classes, I'm sure you've already gotten used to how the developers enjoy making it tough to stand in, like, to stand near a boss or stand in any one place. And repositioning as a blade master is kind of something that the mechanics in a blade master doesn't want to see it. Oh, you can't see the animation when I start to play it. Oh, okay. Wait, what do you have so far? Oh, you have Warlock, then Barb, then HR. Yeah, you'll probably know what I mean right away. Like, do the one tap like that. So when you're in tab, right? When you're in tab, this goes really fast. So you do like tab and you just side tab, and then you proceed to brass strike, right? You brass strike like maybe 3 rotations. If you're in rage, you might get 5, and then you relentless, and then you sidestep again. So you like trigger the 5%, the increased damage dealt by 5% by hitting the target. So you're just keeping your 5% up while doing your brass striking, and you only typically brass strike during your rage. And I decide to use Mighty Leap, right? I decide to use Mighty Leap because not everyone likes to use Rampage or Escalating Rage to get Rampage. I like using Rampage, which requires you to give up Relentless Battle Rage, which gives you more rage. So in order to get more exactly enough rage bar, I use Mightier Leap. So you have to deliberately leap out. You have to deliberately leap out and then leap back in. Do your punishing charge, quick sidestep. So you do like a punishing charge, quick sprint to the right to cancel his lingering effect, then do the bloodletter, quickly sidestep again. So you cancel all your encounters while doing your Mighty Leap. So the moment you hit your Mighty Leap, you cancel between all your encounters, and then you hit tab again. So you're always in battle rage, even without the you can be in battle rage without relentless battle rage. So then every other time you'll be in rampage, which gives you the bonus, right? Because then you'll get your battle rage extended, and you get to keep, you don't have to take the hit, you get the bonus damage. And that's kind of the thing that I do most of the time, instead of like trying to hit a what is it, an IBS, or a frenzy. Try to hit a frenzy. Some people go the frenzy route, I suppose. I don't really enjoy doing that. And most of the current like bosses and stuff, you can use Mightier Leap to reposition instead of having to spend stamina. So whenever like gear that deals with stamina, like if there's any gear, I haven't gotten any new gear, but if there's any gear that gives you lots of bonuses just for keeping your stamina up, anyone who uses Mightier Leap for rage in combat, you don't expend any stamina. Your stamina bar, you rarely sprint to your target. Most of the time you Mightier Leap into your target. So it's something that I've played for quite some time. I used to play the stationary ones where you like use frenzy and stand and then sprint and try to stand as still as possible. And then a lot of times brass strike advances forward. Its effective range is longer than it kind of looks. So whenever there's a circle, I push my luck, because you can advance forward and you get so close to the circle, you're like, okay, by the time that AoE should finish, by the time you're advancing forward on your brass strike, because the brass strike has a wind up. It takes a while. Every time you start the brass strike, it takes longer than maintaining the brass strike, in my opinion. So it's kind of a weird thing. These are the things that
kind of think is cool about Blade Master, but at the same time, whenever I watch other people play, obviously I'm playing with not like people who have played this a long time kind of thing. You can kind of notice like, yep, you know where they are in terms of their blade mastering kind of thing. But rarely do I play with other blade masters. This time just happens to be the run, but you get wizards most of the time, like wizards and something range. Like wizards tend to be the more common, wizards and locks, but that time just happened to be another blade master, which was really fun. I thought it was fun. Phototransduction. Photoreceptor cells in the retina converts light into electrical signals, which are processed by retinal neurons. That I'm familiar with, Valentine. That I am familiar with. I rotated adjacent to a lab that worked on photoreceptors, and my department that I was part of had a faculty member that was one of the leaders in one of the leading groups in photoreceptors, studying rhodopsin. So that's kind of neat to hear something about photoreceptor cells. When you're in a department, you often spend time like sitting in seminars with all the elective professors, so, or like the research groups. So I hear quite a lot about photoreceptors, specifically like the transduction part, like how a chemical signal is converted into electrical signal, and like the medium between. And rhodopsin is one of the things in photoreceptors that communicate that stuff. So you're gonna play all of them. So you've played, what is that? You say Warlock, Barb, and HR to go. Does that mean you played 6? Wait, how many classes are in this game? 9? Rager? Is it 9? I've lost count. 9 or 10? I feel like it's 9 or 10. And I really thought this armor was supposed to be shared among the armored class, like the shield class, but no, it's paladin and cleric. It's a heckin' paladin and cleric, not a paladin, fighter, and barb grouping. Why? Why? Thanks, no love. Wait, and what did I pick up? I don't know what I picked up. Rogue, cleric, barb, ranger. Of course. Maybe I should play a cleric. Oh no, this is meh. It's meh. No. I think that's it for me. Unless... Yeah, no. Yeah, that's it for me today. We're gonna wrap up. This is the end of module... You know what? Hang on. You raised a point though. Yeah, this is the end. We're gonna go to language learning again. However, it's nice to hear from you. How are you doing, by the way? I do want to see if you can actually... what's the dummy thing? Like, where's the place you can hit dummies in this? Can you hit dummies here? Actually, I have no idea. Oh, wait. No. Is it this? Nope. Is it this? Oh, yeah. No. No, yeah. No, yeah. That's too slow. Yeah. I was thinking maybe something changed about the Blade Master and people can like
cancel in place. No, the at will takes it overrides the shift. I could definitely see it if you're able to. Wait, actually, what happens if I have battle rage? No, yeah, you can't. It doesn't take higher priority, unfortunately. That would be cool. You think there's a command? Interesting. Oh, wait. Wait. Hold up. This is the closest I can get. It's still consuming stamina, but not that bad. It still causes you to move though. Unless you hold forward. Maybe if you hold forward. I mean, it works pretty well. You see it? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the command. Let me see. Power tray, execute, tackle, special, action left. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, like manually. I would say it's still, yeah, it's still going to be slower than doing this. Unless you can do this with Brash Strike. No, I don't think so. No, it's too, the windup is too... Yeah, the windup is too slow. Yeah, it's getting canceled out. Okay. Interesting. You'll have to let me know how that works out. You'll have to let me know how that works out. I would love to see I mean I haven't ran with anyone who was obviously overperforming from what I would expect. Although I can see it being very, very effective in like Moon Dancer, like Defense of the Moon Dancer or something. They like do it 3 and you cancel 3, right? 3 and you cancel 3 and you cancel, and that's your full rampage, right? Then you leap out, leap back in, punishing Bloodletter, and then you hit tab again. 3, cancel, 3, cancel, daily, artifacts to reset your thing, step out, step back in, and then you're back into full rage. 3, cancel, 3, cancel, right? 3, cancel, 3, you leap back out, you leap back in. That was a little early. And then you continue. 3, cancel, 3, cancel. And then sometimes, if you're unlucky, like I did, I missed one of the things, you're supposed to be able to AP, leap out, leap back in, go back, full, and then leap, cancel, leap, cancel. And then in the middle of all this, right, you use your Mightier Leap to reposition from the bosses so you don't lose any time from setup. So usually by now, you'll weave in this, and then the boss will have like a red circle. You step out of the red circle, you step back in, and you hope you don't land on it, which sometimes I do. I get a little greedy and I land on the red circle. And then leap, cancel, and then your artifacts reset. And then you leap, cancel, back in, restore, cancel, and do it again. That's like my rotation. I've been doing this for a while, since Mightier Leap was an option, right? You AP, you go out, leap, back in, punishing charge into bloodletter because they cancel each other, right? And you're using punishing charge because you want to set up triumph or trample. You're setting up trample. You're resetting trample each time. And then the reason why this is a rotation is because the trample will wear off. So now this resets trample again. Your punishing charge resets the trample. Which is, I think they nerfed it. I don't know if they nerfed it. They did nerf it, right? Yeah, 5%. 5% of you, right? And also the reason why this never drops is because you're using, you're canceling out Savage Advance. So Savage Advance is a control too. So every time your punishing charge is down, there's a chance your trample is, your Savage Advance is up. So you're refreshing your trample for 5% more damage, right? Each time with a control effect. Actually, the target takes 5 more, and then you deal 5 more. So 10%. Technically, I don't really know how the math or additive math works, right? And then because you're always 100% up, nearly 100% uptime outside of your encounter and your AP on at will, you're using still blitz, which is 20%, 20% to your at will attacks. I actually used to have a build around at wills where the at wills have enough to do 10% of my current max HP. So keeping at wills caused the trigger. So I would place everything into at wills. So I used something like the Siege Master and the at will proc and whatnot to get like 30. It was like somewhere around 30% to at will. So the whole thing was predicated on I only use that build when there's a boss that doesn't constantly push me away from its hitbox. So you just sit there and you rotate at wills as opposed to using encounter powers, right? So things like that. And every time you're like sprint canceling, you're basically just triggering Stormforge or anything related to like Stormforge's mechanic whenever it's up, and you're not like spending any downtime not hitting something unless it's like just so happens right when you're leaping. That's not too bad. Leaping is a utility thing. You are losing a little bit from, instead of doing the, which a lot of people used to do, which is the IBS and the frenzy, right? So the problem with this, with battle, like escalating rage, is if you do like bloodletter, IBS, and frenzy, after this, now you're waiting. And usually, if you don't have escalating rage and stuff, without a full meter, you're gonna have to wait for frenzy to come back up. And you have no mobility, so... And then even if you use all of this, it's not enough. Look, it's right below 50%. When you're using your 3 cycles with IBS, bloodletter, and frenzy, it's not enough to do that. So you need the other thing, in my opinion. You're more likely going to need relentless battle rage to keep up your rage so that you can cycle into your at will. So instead, I prefer to use escalating rage, and I compensate the DPS loss per se by using Mightier Leap and Punishing Charge. And the reason why I use that is because you have no way to refresh Trample the Fallen if you're using IBS, Frenzy, and Bloodletter, because none of them have control effects. Right, so you can't trigger Trample the Fallen, which was back in the day, it used to be the Relentless Slash build, right? You get like not so fast procs and you just sit here and hold Relentless Slash. You might even be able to cancel Relentless Slash and then keep refreshing not so fast, which is this thing, right? Relentless Slash feat? No, not this one, sorry. This, wait. Yeah, this one, right? So people would use this one instead, where you like do the thing, I'm guessing that command prompt, and then maybe you can get like it'll serve as a, you don't have to switch builds in the on the fly. So basically, maybe you can do crowd stuff, go straight into the boss, and you can still spam relentless slash to get not so fast. Maybe, I don't know how they go about it, but the way I play Blade Master, I haven't met. I saw a few people who use Mightier Leap, but not in the same way that I do. So the way I demonstrated it here is the way I play most of the time, and I don't usually show that because I don't DPS most of the time. Like I rarely DPS. Like Dreadnought is Dreadnought, encounter based. I usually use an encounter based system, but Blade Master has always been like a really fun little thing. And the thing I demonstrated was, I don't think it's like the most like optimal or something like that, but it's really fun. I enjoy. It gets my hands really tingling and exciting, and it's very safe. It's an incredibly safe build. Sometimes you jank the heck out of games by using Mightier Leap. There are things you can leap over, there are things you can't, and it's always fun to experiment to how you can reposition without ever using stamina. So a little game I play with myself, like play along when I'm DPSing, is seeing how long I can keep doing a boss fight without expending more than 50% of my stamina. Like a lot of times, you know, you see if I'm sure you DPS with a lot of people, you always see like that Blade Master, like, I'm real, you know, it just runs ahead of you, and then they enter a combat with 0 stamina. And all I'm doing is I'm just like casually walking, and you see this Blade Master just run by me, and you just have to hit 2 buttons and you're already on top of the thing. And you start with a like 40% bump, because if your Mightier Leap hits the mob that silly Blade Master ran all the way to intercept, you get a faster burst. Now, if you were being super sweaty, right, it would be Mightier Leap into Axe Storm, because Mightier Leap, you're always at the periphery. Wherever you're aiming, you don't want to be right in the middle. You don't want to land in the middle of the mobs. You're landing at the edge of the mobs. So if you ever get super sweaty, you just turn, like, you quickly hit C, go down, swap your bloodletter, and that's all you need to change, in my opinion. Bloodletter into Axe Storm, and you're just gonna hit the edge, and then you can sprint forward and then hit Axe Storm, so you can cancel out the Mightier Leap's splash and Axe Storm. And if you're super sweaty, you can follow it up with a not so fast. So the full rotation that for AoE, I don't even bother at willing most of the time. I hit them and move on to the next group. So you just like Mightier Leap, sprint cancel, Axe Storm, sprint cancel, not so fast, and you just move on. Like I don't even have time to at will. It's, if you're competing with like fast burst things, you know, like a rogue and stuff, the thing is, you don't stand there holding your at wills. It's one of the downsides of at wills, like relentless slashing and stuff. You can't keep up with encounter based burst damage. So the natural thing is to leap in right after they do it, unload, go on, and then your artifacts come up, right? Then you start your next one with artifacts, and then you'll have rage going to the next one. Then you can at will, then move along. Next one, you start with this, right? And then now you'll have AP. You start the next one with avalanche, and then you go back into your Mightier Leap, and then your artifacts are back up. So then you don't ever have to use your, like, you don't have to build rage, you don't have to wait for rage, and you always have rage for the time when you initiate first with at will. So then if you're like racing, you know, racing to clear mobs, That's probably if you want to like pump those DPS things and never like try not to fall behind while you still have sprint, right? So you can always still sprint, but you don't generally enter combat without stamina. The reason why I wouldn't enter combat without stamina is largely you can't sprint cancel without stamina. Like, I think that's the thing that slows down pretty much most Blade Master. They choose to initiate without the ability to speed up their rotation. I mean, it still works if you get there first. I prefer not to get hit or spend lots and lots of energy doing micro stepping and whatnot. So usually that's kind of my take after, you know, all this time playing Blade Master. Mightier Leap wasn't that old. Mightier Leap was Undermountain. So this didn't exist until Undermountain. There was a time when you used hidden daggers. They tried to make hidden daggers a little bit better. Here's the other one that I thought was kind of fun, and it would have been a possibility because daggers have 2 charges. So if you, I said not to, I don't usually land in the middle of groups, but if you Mightier Leap into the middle of a group, you can double dagger into a axe throw because double daggering pushes you back. In fact, they nerfed it, or some people say it was nice that you don't move back, but I actually like the further move back. They nerfed the distance. To me, they nerfed the distance, not to others. Others didn't like to move, but Hidden Dagger used to push you further back. So what happened was if you Mightier Leap deliberately into a group, so you want to hit as many targets, you Hidden Daggers twice, and then you axe throw. Actually, you only Hidden Dagger once because Hidden Dagger only used to have, like the one before this only had 1 charge, and it powers up the next charge. So that used to be what I used to do to get like all the AoE in. Like I wait for the tank because you don't want to be a troll, right? So you wait for the tank. The moment, literally right as the tank hit them, like approach the mobs, you're already in the air going in, right? And then immediately you go in, and then you bounce back, and then you axe throw, and you're done. You just walk to the next one. The mobs are already dead. Don't even bother at wheeling because it takes too long. Like you're gonna be doing this thing. You do like the really annoying like shuffle thing where I see all the time, and it's, to me, it's too much effort. Like I like putting in effort, but in a different way. Like this whole like getting to the next one, getting to next one, and because of the setup of Brash Strike and Relentless Strike, those people aren't gonna like sit around and reposition on a Brash Strike because it's gonna take too long. And if you're animation canceling a Relentless Strike, the range on Relentless Strike is very small. So my joke that I make a lot of times is like, you know, you don't have to sprint in first to do damage, because if someone goes in first and collects those mobs, you, in my opinion, will do more. I'm not sure how much more compared to other AoE classes, you know, like other AoE, but I can assure you, going in first and doing Relentless Slash and then doing the little like weird micro movements to prevent yourself from getting hit takes way more effort, and you're gonna do less, in my opinion. I think you do 50% less than prime your Mighty Leap. The person's walking in, go in daggers, and then X Storm if you want it. But I don't even do that. I end up settling on keeping my punishing charge so I can like initiate at any time, and then I would swap out and just stick with bloodletting. I'm too lazy to do the rest, so I just Mighty Leap, do my standard bloodlet on the biggest target, and I just move on. I don't even bother anymore. However,
that is probably what I would go with most of the time. I think in general you will end up getting. I don't know how much. Hidden Dagger isn't enough. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it's enough. It takes too long to animate. Like that's the problem. Not so fast happens to be faster, and then they boost Axe Storm quite a bit. They improved it quite a bit. So what you end up getting is 600. Oh, 780. You end up getting 780, presumably on 2 or 3 targets, right? Followed by a 450 and a 300. You can be super greedy and do a. Before it used to be punishing charge, so you get trample. But if you enter mighty leap and do this not so fast, it triggers your trample the fallen. So then you get 10% on your axe storm. Or so then you get that extra bonus. The reason why I start with Axe Storm after Mightier Leap because there's a chance the mobs are already dead by the time you do it, but not so fast is fast enough. So you go in, you initiate this way. As long as your camera is pointing at the direction you want to aim, it doesn't matter how you hit the Axe Storm, it's gonna point at the camera. So it's more like a first-person shooter kind of thing. It becomes very natural. So you just do this, right? No matter what, it's gonna point. You just point at the camera and you'll hit with your full force. The greediest cycle, if you have no rogues and no warlocks, I think, possibly, probably you go in, you do this, you you try to animation cancel your relentless slash, or you might be able to not so fast into relentless and still it's okay, and then do the axe storm because relentless will give 5%, right? You can do all that within the. You can do an axe storm in a not so fast with it, but man, relentless is really slow, in my opinion. Without all your at wills are relatively pretty slow, relatively speaking, for Blade Master without rage. So sometimes, since you don't use your rage very often during like mob phases, I would mightier leap in, and if I had rage from the previous, I would hit rage before I mighty leap in, just so I can get the cancel on the relentless slash, then not so fast, and then axe storm. If I was like super sweaty. I haven't been that sweaty in a really long time. I like blade mastering, don't get me wrong. Nowadays though, it's not as entertaining at the moment. I get into moods. I remember if I had more time, like if I like this game for being live service, so I wouldn't mind playing other things. But Blade Master, yeah, been a barbarian since launch, so still put in my time on understanding what is entertaining to me. Anyways, that's a fun little thing about barbarian life. I used to be, see, I don't know who made it. Okay, real talk. You know, you probably heard about the Sentinel slash change, right? I am unsure whose quote unquote fault it is, but it would be very, very irresponsible of me to say that I possibly have very little to do with it. And there is a fairly high chance that the whole like animation cancel gate with Sentinel slash might have something to do with me. Where what I mean is I don't work on balance changes. I don't complain about balance changes. I just demonstrate stuff. So there I think it was very obvious when they were doing Sentinel slash changes about animation cancel and whatnot. Been doing that since Undermounted, since they introduced the Sentinel tree.
And then like 3 mods ago, pretty much, I basically hung up my barbarian, because not as fun anymore. So in order to continue playing the game, I prefer to play paladins, right? Because their guard system and stuff is much more engaging. And honestly, dreadnoughting is incredibly wonderful. Dreadnoughting encounter based, there's this weird thing. I don't think I've ever shown anyone the sweaty version of my dreadnought, and it involves using it involved and it's I'm not saying it's like the best. I'm talking about me being really engaged, like not talking, really focused on it. And it's using Griffin's Wrath, using shield canceling Griffin's Wrath. And it's a very specific build too. You need extra encounter material and stuff. But since Griffin's Wrath has a 3-fold attack, that kind of works like Mightier Leap, because Mightier Leap is a 2-fold attack. So I love when you gain action on one button. So there was a lot of experiments with how you could make Griffin's Wrath be replace your at will actions, because Griffin's Wrath has 3 folds, right? And if there were enough recharge, nowadays recharge is really good, so you get recharge speed again. So Griffin's Wrath might come back into play, and I tried some of them. Unfortunately, I don't play this game enough, and I don't want to like farm. Have no desire to farm the recharge gear or things where you can exclusively use Dreadnought without using their at wills. With Griffin's Wrath. Griffin's Wrath takes place of it. It says a total combo of magnitude, but boy howdy, Dreadnought is very powerful when you're running Anvil, a boosted bull charge with Griffin's Wrath. Like it's really, really strong. I mean, even Kneebreaker it's great, but I think Dreadnoughts are far more less sweaty for bang for your buck kind of thing. And people like that too, you know. People like convenience, scaling and whatnot. I'm only sweaty when there's a desire. So since I no longer hang out with people in Dungeons and Dragons, what the heck am I in Neverwinter? I don't like affiliate myself with a guild. I don't have like guild runs or like practice runs or things that used to be of that nature, or obligate myself to needing to perform. I'm more or less like that really sentimental washed up player that sits here and is like, oh yeah, that was good. It's like, oh, look at those kids are doing it really, really hard, you know, doing the work and the practice for that 5%. And I'm like, oh, that's the spirit, like go and get them. And for me, I just sit here, I'm like, what is the least amount of effort I can do that gives me time to appreciate that there are other players in this game that still loves to play the game to its max, right? Like you, I think, Sergeant. So I personally run as a tank and a healer because the better, this sounds really weird. Often I think there's a misconception. The less you do as a healer, the less you do as a tank while still outputting the same performance is a win in my book. So you don't get rewarded as a pain giver. The pain giver, you're maximizing your actions. As a healer and a tank, a win in my book is minimizing your actions. So if you are able to achieve successful results by doing the least possible, you understand the mechanics and you've maximized the efficiency of your steps. So you don't necessarily have to overperform, because most people don't like that, actually. In fact, whenever I decide to do more than I need to do, people get angry, like, dude, why is the tank trying to DPS? And why is the tank running around in circles? Why do they move so much? And the whole point is to not take damage, right? You move and you cause your team to move in a manner that they don't take damage. So the healer does less work and the tank does less work. I don't have to get hurt. I don't have to block anything, that kind of thing. So instead, you do the least amount possible. Like, if you can do a boss with one hand, you've achieved tank status. That's kind of why a low-key way of saying that I'm pretty much a person who likes to watch other players play this game. I mean, live service is that, right? I'm gonna say a really funny hot take. I mean, I'm not like a PE watcher. I mean, sometimes I watch PE. Right now, there's like a bunch of people arguing about pay to win and stuff. But anyways, my thought is, I come on, I play, but it's more like my Starbucks. This is a good segue to the summary of this module. Neverwinter live service games to me are like a Starbucks. I sit there, I break out my laptop, I'm doing my like casual reading, and I people watch. And I love that because I like to see what kind of players are still playing, what kind of gear people are wearing, what kind of cosmetics people are running and whatnot, and how are they offering advice. And I follow those advice. Like, what I mean is that last run, even though the second thing wiped, I specifically follow the instruction of whoever's calling the shots. It doesn't matter to me what I know what to do. The idea is it's not as entertaining if I go about it my own way, because I already know how everyone else plays. I'm only curious now about what it's like to play with other players. It's basically like language learning and all the others. If someone is interested and they wanted to show me a different way that's more interesting than doing the way that I've done it like 100 times over, it's not as entertaining. So whenever someone says like, oh, you've never run this dungeon before, I'm gonna say, well, tell me how you run it. Right? That's pretty much the experience. Like, oh, that way. And then whenever you speak up and say, oh, this is how I ran it before, that person's like, oh yeah, that's one way to run it. We'll run it this way. I say, all right, okay. I mean, you didn't have to ask me what I think, because you're probably going to go about it your way, and I'm okay with that. Running events, in a nutshell. That's a good segue into the state of the game, I suppose. I'll call these like state of the game, maybe? So let's do a little soft recap before I say goodbye to Neverwinter coverage for another 3 or 4 months. I'm thinking they're gonna that the Cryptic and Dika is gonna cruise to January and February, probably. Yep. Before we see the next thing. Call me surprised if there's something that released during the winter time, November or December, because the battle pass says 70 days, right? If something gets announced after this next battle pass, I'd be floored. Like, maybe they're doing staggered releases, a retro fitted one and the next one, because 70 days would put you in the crosshairs of the usual rotation. So in 70 days, maybe we'll be back. I'd be floored. So what can I say about this module? Let's talk about, I think most things are business as usual, so I'm not going to iterate on it.
I like where they're going. The new mod coming in November. Oh, it is. Okay, so they did do that. Nice. Well, I guess we'll be back in November. Um, so let's talk about something that I feel we're not going to talk about gear. I think gear speaks for itself. I think there's wonderful inclusiveness in gear already. It's great. They went through like a tank revision, a healing revision. Then I think now I'm going to echo what I said earlier. I spent like the whole day talking about different points that I was going to review or make commentary on. This is not a review on like the subjective nature of gear. Like for example, was the gear good? I mean, it's gear. I don't want to trivialize the importance of gear. For myself, it's not the focus of commentary. I look at a game, a live service game, as a game filled with features that either support or sustain a player or don't sustain a player, or like things that may be attractive and not attractive, things that are important in the long run because you interact with them all the time. Getting gear is technically part of that, but the gear itself in any module will be temporary. So now let's talk about acquiring the gear, like how gear is distributed has changed. So that is one of the topics I want to highlight in module 29. It's either 28 or 29. I'm going to say 29. So the Mountain of Flame, the Lair of the Mad Dragon was wonderful, right? Like it's a old dungeon, but for those who weren't around, you can play it now again with maybe some bells and whistles. I'm not quite sure what the differences were. So all the content aside, I've had lots of comments about the content, but I think there are plenty of content creators that cover the raw content. Like, what does Mount Hope now look like? I make commentary on that as we play through the game, so like play through the module, so that's perfectly fine. But now let's talk about the things I like to focus on, which is how is the gear distributed? They did something different this time around. It's individual loot, as I tried to demonstrate at the end with the first boss farm. And this isn't the first time a form of individual loot was implemented in Neverwinter. It happened a couple times, actually, in various forms. And personally, it really does circumvent the age-old diplomacy that involves with people who are coming to the game. So, and what are the type of players that will be coming to the game? If they're interested, they'll be coming from other games. And I'm not too sure about a lot of specific Western style games, maybe like Elder Scroll Online and whatnot, but the idea of individualized loot has become more of a acceptable standard for live service games than the negotiating loot rolling thing. In the end of the day, it is largely particularly still cosmetic in the way loot is done. It is randomly distributed, and then there's another random factor on top of random factor. What I want to emphasize is the psychology behind the loot. When people are competing for loot, that has a place. When your game is in a competitive environment, right? To the subscriber-based games that still exist now, Final Fantasy 14, maybe even Guild Wars 2, maybe not Guild Wars 2, possibly ESO, World of Warcraft, when that thing is not necessarily a live service model primary. This game, this time around, distributed based on individual loot. And the individual loot is great. I mean, it's actually quite wonderful. It's to the point where I think people ran more quickly to get the loot and then burned out, like then moved on much more quickly. So it's a double edge.
it means that your dungeon runs might not actually last per se for prescribed time. However, that doesn't reduce the total amount of game runs through it. I definitely saw that it was practically non-stop for a short period amount of time because the loot is individually rolled. So you don't sit there thinking like, oh man, oh, there's another paladin in this run, so okay, should I say anything? And I can tell you now, I haven't been, I think 7 out of 10, 70% of the Imperial Citadel runs, so when you get to the last boss, someone, you just sit there for a pause, someone's at the campfire, someone's going to say it, they're like, hey guys, you know, it's common courtesy, it's not common if you have to mention it. I'm gonna be real about that. Yeah, you buy your master TIC gear. Yeah, so for whatever it's worth, the distribution of individual loot, yeah, I hate rolling. Yeah, the rolling thing, it's not for everyone, and I don't think it's for a live service game. Like, what I mean by that is the people you have left who, or the people that are coming to this game and sees a live service game, the idea is live service is very individual based. It's your livelihood. You create a habit, and when you constantly put yourself against the people around you, you're no longer enjoying a coffee in the presence of other people. You are getting in a line, and occasionally people are cutting in front of you, or you have to cut in front of them. So that is what I feel about rolling. It's cosmetic. Like, it's still, in the end of the day, if they showed you the roll and made it all automatic, you're still rolling for a pool. The idea is, I like if they kept this. I like the idea if they kept the way they decided, if this is the future, where they do individual rolls. It removes the... Now, here's the thing. There is a double edge to this. It also means that there's less and less communication. However, we have to keep in mind that due to the automation process, right? People, their attempts to try to like match make and all this stuff, and the new player base that live service models are, it's about convenience oftentimes, and the convenience of least friction. So they could take a stance and say, no, we want the old school and maintain the old school, and I totally respect that. I think that's respectful. If they, in the next module, they go back to loot rolling and competing for loot and whatnot, all for the guise of being random and lucky. I think this one, people ran so much, like, there is something very real about how often I got the, you guys want to run again? Plus one more time? Plus? Like, it kept going. Like, and even in a smaller group, like, there's less people playing now, obviously. Steady decline, not like disastrous decline, just steady decline due to burnout. It's plus keeps happening. It's kind of like the dragon hunt things, like plus constantly, like, hey, you guys want to stay for more? It's like, I need a break, but you know what, let's do one more. That kind of thing, I think, is worth highlighting here. Module 29, or Mountain of Flame, individual loot rolls, maybe a plus, in my opinion. So next module in November, I hope that's the future. I think that's the highlight of this. I'm giving +1 point above average, in my opinion, for this, what I would consider as a quality of life improvement. I spent the whole time talking about how a live service game lives and dies by its feature set in the quality of life department. Content can hit sometimes, content can be terrible sometimes, like gear might not be as strong as what people like, gear can be weak sometimes, gear can be OP sometimes. All that becomes very subjective, right? quality of life things is in your face, but they are very tolerant to small incremental changes, and small incremental steps feel like progress, like on top of things. And I think this is a great, wonderful step that would be maintained. Like, I'm not even concerned. Like, here's my thought. I don't even have to think like, oh, well, what gear is there? I mean, this is me personally biased. If I run enough, I don't have to worry about needing to fight for any particular piece, because if I get it, if I don't get it, that kind of thing. And on this character, I didn't get anything because I didn't use the character to run Lair of the Mad Dragon. I actually used my Just card. So that's great. I think the gear design and stuff, it continues to be great. I mean, like, or at least above average, I would say. It works. They keep rotating and they keep integrating new and new different combinations of ideas. So that's really good. That's business as usual. I'll let other people speak about like how good the gear is and what. I found it very refreshing that there's as a tank and a healer player, most of the time there's some emphasis on that kind of thing. Now, one thing I have to say about the gear quality, because it was individual loot, I almost feel like this artifact set was an afterthought, largely because it's probably rarely even acquired through the dungeon, right? This stuff, whew, I have like 170 currency, right? So I need like 2 more runs to even buy something. Like I don't even have the will to do that after all those times. But anyways, the rolling thing still, I almost see myself go straight to a currency system without having to roll at all. If you told me that I need to run something 10 times, I'll run 10 times, as opposed to if you told me I could be running something 40 times or 1 time, my heart would be like, I'm going to do this at my convenience, and then I'm just going to stop after a while. That's pretty much how I feel about the rolling in general. So I would take, if you want me to play this game 10 times, don't mask it with rolling. Tell me I have to do it 10 times. Like that, honestly, that's my personal opinion. I know how other people like the idea of like getting lucky and also risking the idea of getting unlucky, and then also having the privilege of being lucky kind of thing. If I have a task and I need to do it 10 times, I'm game for it. I know what I'm going into, right? So that would be my little commentary on a personal preference. If you want me to run the dungeon 20 times, don't mask it in some complex currency. Use it as a task. Like, hey, you're gonna do this 20 times. Let's design something to make maybe half of it, like every other run, slightly different. I'm all for that. Dragon Hunts was kind of a precursor to some of that. Like where, oh man, you have to do, but instead they didn't do 20 runs. It was like 300 runs. I actually did the Dragon Slayer campaign like 2.5 times over. I'm still not done with the Paladin one. Like I actually literally ran those entire campaigns, and I kind of enjoyed it because when I get back, it's like, well, I have to run this many times. Like it's set in stone, this many times to get something. Then it liberated the devs to focusing on how do we make those runs interesting. In the loot system, it's more like, we made this thing. Now, how do we increase the life of the dungeon run by increasing or decreasing, in fact, decreasing the odds and increasing the currency costs to meet our gameplay time? That to me is what I probably think goes through their minds. So like in Imperial Citadel, it was set at 20 runs for advanced, and I'm sure it's still 20 runs for masters. to get both the things. 20 successful runs. So someone decided that. Someone had to have calculated what that is. So they said I needed to run 20 runs, and instead of investing in how loot is distributed and whatnot, revolving around how the 20 runs can be slightly different, I'm more game for that. That would be interesting. If that happens next module, I promise I don't work for Cryptic. I'm kidding. It's probably not going to happen, right? I almost feel like I would give... I want... If that came true, like if that's what they're going to do in the next module, I would have to do something like really special to celebrate, because there's no way that's going to happen. I'm looking forward to it though. The next one is going to be a possible wild card, so I'm looking forward to where they're going with it. And speaking of that, so that's one of the highlights. Lair the Mad Dragon is okay. It kind of reminds, it's a really classic dungeon. I think it was fun. The second boss was interesting. I still think that little like ground effect where it creates a DOT where you have a red circle, but it already hits you before the red circle shows up. Like the red circle shows up and you can't actually, it already hit you as it shows up. So I don't know if that's still a thing, but I think that's one of the low points. And then everything else pretty all right. Charthilorax or Chartilorax, or I'm terrible with dragon names. Getting caught on the wall again, that's pretty funny. I think that was pretty fun. That was part of one of my runs, and that's hilarious. And the dragon doesn't get caught anymore. So there's that. Everything else is business as usual. I love the zone now is quite wonderful. It's very verticality. There are some weird like long stretches of no intersection stuff, but the layout's fantastic. It's a classic map. I like the biome itself. So the content is on point. It has been on point for some time. Like the map, the aesthetics, it's barely consistent. And bugs are not that common, which is fantastic. I have to put some perspective on it. Bugs happen a lot in other things. Like this was good. Like I think it's become very consistent. Like the usual bugs, like those things, like those interaction bugs or interaction features, those interactions may necessarily not be predictable because of the spaghetti code. But man, when you see a module drop, everything just works. Like 99.9% of the time, it just works, right? Occasionally, you might have a heroic encounter that doesn't work. It's part of the expectation. People work around it until it's solved, right? And they came, and that's all the stuff is business as usual. So it's a flat 5. It's average, right? Heroic encounters, dailies, we already gone through this. Repeatables, it's a very generous repeatable. Actually, this one is on the lower side. I think the average runtime of weekly haul is 30 minutes. Like, it's much lower than the previous module. So it might be because it's a legacy map or something like that. However, I think 30 to an hour, that's fantastic. It's very good, at least in my opinion. For like accessibility issues, like time management, it kind of fits alongside with things like Tower of Fantasy, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, PSO2 NGS. Actually, PSO2 NGS might be right on the same amount, right? So that type of thing, nice. I think it's great. The advance and master thing, it is what it is. I get what they're going for. Personally, there's diminished return in terms of not combining the group, whatever remains of the group. So there are people who do masters, there are people who skip masters. So consistently segregating them because of interactions or whatnot, that's definitely a personal preference. Generally speaking, there are ways to balance and have heavy lifters feel rewarded for heavy lifting, and then there are ones where the ones that get privileged to interact with things, like for example, there are party systems where the people who are overperforming gets incentivized for overperforming while still being in the presence and sharing the same group run and potential as both groups. Not that that would take a very complicated view system, so I doubt that's going to happen in the future. The advanced thing, the constant tweaking and having advanced and master, solid. I'm still going to give a point for that because it's a recent thing in maybe the last 3 modules, and they're continuing to maintain that. So I feel that is the new status. Fantastic. I would love to see even more. One thing I also wanted to, this is a coincidence, the artifact set became available earlier in week 6 as opposed to week 8. Obviously this module has been probably already set and developed already before I made the commentary, but last module, when I looked at the meteorite set, right, my thought was, if you're gonna get to week 8, I was hard pressed to see anyone wait till week 8 before they either ran enough to buy the currency of the master set, or they either have decided they're not going to run Imperial Citadel anymore and they're just going to skip this, or they require the things. Like, it's really late. So the stuff became accessible at week 6. Now the downside is it is also lukewarm due to the nature of the set being this, right? It feels like a second class citizen set. So that whole idea of either obligatory time investment or difficulty has some connection, right? Some connection with the quality of accessibility to the weapons. Still not my jam. I'm still not in that ballpark. I think encouraging and designing other things to make dungeon running incentivized beyond a gatekeeping aspect of gear locking and gear keeping, as I say, that should be a term, gear keeping, like this, doing this kind of thing, or even doing gate locking, is definitely a way to get people to complete a campaign, right? Definitely. I think what is really compelling nowadays is the currency. I think gear is often something that feels like it's the bottom line progression now. So if you're going to gatekeep and design things around the bottom line, then there are players who won't even, like, slowly that burnout of the quality of your gear will continue to overshadow the constant consternation of time, weight, and luck to gain access to the bottom line of progression. Because we're not gaining levels anymore, right? When you're doing these things, you're not gaining levels anymore. You're gaining currency, and there's plenty of it, right? When you get to week 10, stack currency. When you complete this, you continue to run things to stack currency. You continue to run giants. There's so much infrastructure around the other forms of progression that gear locking things is like the fundamental progression before all these things. So it's kind of like, how do you make money? By using money. But how do you start? Well, someone has to give you the money if that's the rule of the game. Nowadays, it kind of feels like, well, you might argue it's skills that get you started to the gear. It's like, yeah, I kind of agree. I would agree in a sense. Does that increase the accessibility of your game? No, I don't think so. Skills, when you're thinking about skills and self-improvement, you're operating on the idea that people who play live service games are in it for incredible feats of self-improvement. Now, those people who like to self-improve, they will, in my opinion, self-improve regardless of your choice of gear keeping or not. In fact, I actually think it makes a minimal difference, potentially and arguably diminished return on hampering on the performance of people by lowering the accessibility of the gear. I might even say in a live service game at this point, making gear the bottom line more accessible will potentially nudge more people into a performance state than not, because it's no longer about the gear being the dividing factor between performance and not. It's like going to a gym and say the people who suck can only use those machines, and the people who are really good can only use all the machines. So your bottom line is you enter a game, and the core aspect of entry into a progression is locked behind privilege. It's locked behind legacy. So in my opinion, yes, it might bruise some people's feeling of accomplishment and stuff. It's like, but I don't think they need to worry. If they're good at the game, when you get into a party, you're going to be good at the game. This little victory that you have, like, in my opinion, this like elitism, this elite status you have, like, oh, I'm going around walking in master gear. I think the people who are very skilled at the game, this is very cheap. It's a very cheap argument, in my opinion. I wouldn't say a person who's very skilled at the game would need to rely on the idea that says, look at this gear that I have. This is how I show I'm better. No, they don't have to prove that, because they're probably very good already. So get into a dungeon with me. Let's run a dungeon, and you have more games. You have more playtime. In my opinion, it's like, dude, you think I'm not good? Let's go and wear the same gear, and let's get into a dungeon and see who can perform. Like, not only is that a fantastic way to demonstrate who is actually good, it doesn't promote that, well, you have gear, I don't, so obviously you're going to be better, and then the vice versa. It's like, well, you're not good enough to have the gear. So it's a segregating divider. We're not talking about like companions and mounts and enchantments. Those things will be the legacy stuff. Like, if you play this game a very long time, those are the edges, and those are fringe cases that I think still provides that gratification of having things to boast about, right? However, in this case, this stuff, there's a lot of things that keep players needing to want to build currency for the future and whatnot. I think that's a great thing to do. I talked about it throughout the game. All these things encourages people to say, oh, look at how many companions I have at Mythic, or I love these mounts because I was here for these mounts, and then now all this currency. Look at my stash of, like, look, I don't want to show anything, but look at my stash of, like, show someone's bank, like, look at my stash of stuff. That's well and good. It's all set in stone, and I'm actually kind of thinking, fingers crossed, maybe that's a direction they're going. Maybe there will be another layer of legacy things that you can use the currency to deviate. Like, where do all the excess companion tokens go, or the mount tokens go? And you can like barter between the things. I can see that as a natural future for Cryptic's design. Maybe. I don't like trying to predict the future. We're talking about right now. So for now, I think the gear situation, I feel people like to run when they're on equal footing. I don't think people tend to run when they're not on equal footing or have equal accessibility to like your dungeons. Campaigns, in my opinion, psychologically, someone might have an entirely different spin on this. I totally understand. I only represent myself really. But whoever like plays live service games like me will, I'd like to think, have something of a similar perspective. Your prowess and your dedication to the game is journals, achievements, your stash, right? Your campaign logs. Those are your legacy. Like, have you done all of these things? You know, like some people, to them, like buying a campaign completion is kind of lowbrow compared to like, oh, you ran a dungeon with your super powered friends and that's great. I don't have super power friends, and also I don't have access to that gear, so I could care less. That kind of thing, right? So this entire like masters and advanced segregation is a positive this time in the module, in my opinion. Well, not this module, but I was expecting to see it like this, like the moon wild space. So it was okay, this is a detraction. So you're getting like, you're losing half a point here because that bridge is not here. Oh, well, okay. You lost a point for that, but not gain a point. You lost a point for this because there's a step down in one gear, but everyone has the same one. So that's cool, right? So you gain the point back. I don't know where I'm going with this. You gain the point back because the idea is everyone gets this. Like, cool, it's very accessible. So now it comes down to who performs better. Let's get into the dungeon. And then they did individual loot. So you get this. Literally, it happened in the dungeon run I just did today. And it was about another gear set that is freely accessible. The person said, did you have a Stormforge set? It wasn't Demon's Web set, right? The people didn't say Demon's Web set or your Mastercraft set. That person literally said, do you have the Stormforge set? Because it's accessible to everyone. So when you're trying to problem solve and trying to offer advice and stuff, sometimes gear gets in the way. Like oh, you don't have that set. Like, dude, look at this scrub. Like, I legitimately, someone said I couldn't tank something because I didn't get a Demon Web set, right? So that still happens. It happens a lot. So this whole like masters and advanced thing, it's being closed. I think the gap is being closed. So the modifiers, another point for Cryptic is that the modifiers between masters and advanced, it's a scaling difference now. It's not a modification difference. There's still some modification differences which eliminates accessibility. The thing that separates, in my opinion, that gives that satisfying crunch for the sweats is that extra percentage. So I think they Cryptic nailed it here. Another extra point for this, where these two have the same modifier, but it's that little tiny edge, that 0.2%, right, times 10. That is good enough. So it kind of blends and it feels a little less gear keeping, right? Like less gear keeping, second class assistant thing. It's still there. I actually think you probably wouldn't see a difference in reception if basically all the pools were slapped together. I'm honestly going on a limb here. You might see some disgruntled nature from maybe some of the people who would say, well, then how will I know that I'm a better player if I can't walk around in mythic gear versus a scrub who barely does anything in like advanced gear? Like, okay, that's fair. Now the question you have to ask yourself, at least as a developer or publisher and people around you, do you really want to support that type of behavior in a game that is steadily declining? Like naturally declining, not like declining in a bad way. Like none of this stuff is going to necessarily be bad, like interpreted as bad. The people who are going to stay are going to stay. The people who are going to hit this game are not going to change their opinion about this game. You play it long enough to reach this point and you realize, oh, hey, look, there are these things that are always here, but we have accessibility issues. Like, okay, so I'm going to play this for a little bit, and then I keep looking at this gear section, and I realize I don't want to play this game anymore. That's, it sounds very rough, but I don't play this game anymore for this. I legitimately, when I see this represents something else as part of the game that's purely optional. It's to the point where when someone asks me, like Rager asked me a couple times, most people, like, I don't interact with Neverwinter community members and stuff anymore, but the very classical question oftentimes is this Masters or Advance? And I would love to say this is Masters because everyone is doing the same thing, as in like everyone wants to run these things. That would be great. It doesn't happen, and it doesn't happen largely because of either this is good enough so I don't have to run Masters because you're trying to close the gap, which is what happened, which is nice. Still, it's nice. As you close the gap, it makes your master dungeons less attractive, right? That's a fallout. If you make this better than the Advance, then people will not run either, because Advance is either useless, and if you can't run the Masters, you're not going to play the game, and the people who can run Masters will only run Masters. It's a segregating topic. I'm looking forward to seeing the next module, as in which direction they're going to go. I don't have a solution to this. I'm making commentary on what exists. I can only imagine what the room is like when people are sitting here and say, hey guys, we have a community that is obviously divided by privilege. Like, there are people who already have master gear from the previous module that gets master gear in the next module and the next module after that. And then there are substantial players who eventually get to Advance and decide, I either commit to the game and become part of the master group and continue to do the master group and go through that process of staying in the master group, or decide not to continue playing the game anymore. Because it's always constantly being like, hey, here's stuff that you make and you don't do it. You don't use it. You don't get it. What does this look like? This is my one tune that I no longer tank with, because you decided to second class citizen, in my opinion, you decide to second class citizen a sentinel, right? This game is a non-competitive game. It is, I want to very, very iterate, it is 80% a non-competitive environment. It's who does better, as in like who can be better all the time. You are always competing with yourself. If you can be better, you can be better. Rarely is it that there's any direct thing in the game that's forcing you to compete with someone else, other than the loot system, which in this module is gone, by the way. So individual loot, you're not competing for loot anymore. And live service games are non-competitive. They are synergistic. The strength of the group is the winning prevailing thing. if your group is constantly meandering up and down, like mixed bagging up and down, like, and I can tell you what meandering is like. Queue publicly into a random queue. It can go as low as failing on basic fundamentals to skyrocket. I'm just gonna AFK and come back in 10 minutes and it's finished. So if it's constantly teetering and your community is not overall improving and surging upward, that is the death, in my opinion, the slow, painful, draining death of a live service game. A live service game is like a suburbia. You have a bunch of people, you want everyone to be successful or cumulatively going upwards because the strength of the community is based on your weakest member. That is the bottom line. So, in my opinion, those people who excel already will continue to excel in whatever community they end up going to. In fact, sometimes they might just go to another community that rewards them with even more things, right? And those ones that don't fit in the community, they just leave and go to a community that better accepts them. And that's a thing about live service, right? Receding population deals with the idea that your game is no longer accessible to those, and then the ones that are very strong and loyal, those that leave, burned out. So kind of trying to skirt the middle ground is kind of tough. I don't envy the position in this. I think making commentary is far less effort than trying to come up with a solution. So I totally concede that whatever I'm saying now is far less effort than trying to come up with a solution. However, I'm not the one making money from the game. I'm not the one that took up this charge, right? It's not my area of specialties. I make commentary by saying what I've observed. So what I've observed in this module is there are so many people who are ran so quickly through getting the things they want. That is a sight to behold. Now, how does one design something around the game that allows you to capture that magic for 10 weeks straight? Because it was so fast that by the time I even got to 4 weeks, it was so difficult to know if people were even running this anymore the last 6 weeks. And that's magic, in my opinion. That's a good and a bad thing. It means that you made it, like, Cryptic made it pretty obvious once the individual loot roll came in that people just want to run because you're rolling for yourself. You're constantly going through the pool for yourself, and that resonated so well. I think it was fantastic. I think what was another, pretty much all the first boss farms. I think first boss farms are far more popular and rigorous than dungeon run completions. That's a great way to illustrate it because the loot roll at the ends of a dungeon is easily one of the most divisive, in my opinion. Even for myself, who's not very emotional. Hello, Matthias. Well, even for myself, it sucks. Like, sometimes I go through the second boss and I'm like, I'm gonna quit before the third boss because I don't want to roll for the third boss. I don't even want to go through that, the whole rolling thing. In fact, sometimes I will like pretend like I didn't read, like I try not to be so cynical the moment you hang around that campfire, even right before the last boss. Hot take here. There are several times where I dropped in, like I took up a third boss run because 2 of the people left because it wasn't worth the time. And one of the things that, yeah, you know, they both wanted the same thing, but they didn't want it. Like, they just got bitter about it. And one of them could have won, but, you know, since no one stepped down, both of them left instead, and they picked up new people. So I dropped into a bunch of third boss runs several times where like because people didn't want to do that whole rolling thing, and it's so dissatisfying. You lose 95% of rolls. Like I'm making up a percentage. I'm taking like the number of classes and then how many pairs, and if there are 10 classes, then if you only play one class, then you lose 90% of the rolls, right? If all is created equal, which sometimes I don't even think that's true, right? So this happened when I inspect a lot of people, not for the sake of like their performance or something. I inspect players to see how frequent the players I'm playing still continues to run when they have the majority of gear pieces. And boy howdy, are there a lot of people who have pieces from this module. Like when I was inspecting that other player, like Liz, who clearly was a little less experienced, they had lots of pieces. Is that a bad or a good thing? Well, a person who might be elitist might think like, oh yeah, they're getting easy gear because, I don't know, Cryptic made it easier, that thing. But I think if you have a community that think that type of personality is going to fly in a live service game, then to me, I think that will hurt the game's growth and inclusion in the long run. So rather than catering to that, I think just the idea of, if you want to know what I'm talking about, be a random queuer, be a random LFG, sit in LFG, take up any healing and running runs, look at your DPS, inspect your DPS. I mean, the healers will get the stuff because they need to fill in those roles. But when you look at a pain giver, there's a very clear shift to like, what are the pieces? What are the distributions? Well, none of the dragon hunt things are gone because immediately this replaced the dragon hunt thing, right? So everyone's like yaying and celebrating and whatnot and being happy for each other whenever something drops. And you just look and at least half the pieces come from this module. In fact, it's to the point where when someone says, oh, should I run Wild Space? Should I run like North Demon Web and stuff? It's like, no. Just run Layer of the Mad Dragon. You'll get the stuff and its individual role. Just do a first boss farm and you're good to go. Hey, that's game time. I think that is a great winning direction. That's all I wanted to highlight today. I spend a lot of my earlier time talking about the focus of live service games. Live service games are about features, in my opinion. You can continue to maintain a content expectation. So if people are satisfied with the amount of content now, escalating that comes when you can expand, right? If your group grows bigger, if your game grows bigger, expanding the expectation of content that can hit or miss because of subjective nature is a risk you have to take. I imagine that. However, feature-rich stuff is a forward investment. I love the idea that I was pitching earlier. I improvised. You go into a dungeon, you sit around a campfire, and you do the dragon hunt thing, where you sit around a campfire and then repurpose your food material, like some of your food material, and say, hey, hit X to agree to sit around a campfire to contribute a food item, and then give like 0.1 bonus to movement speed or something because 3 of the members decided they brought some beer for the group. And then you can like have fun with like typing a few lines of text and stuff, and that becomes every part of every dungeon run, right? That's a feature focused part of live service games. These are things that are synergistic, non-competitive, and it's a good time with some little benefits, but largely it's for cosmetics. It's like the feel good. You want to go into a dungeon and say, what is the dungeon experience like? And I don't want to end up saying loot rolling sucks. Like, if I'm going through a dungeon and someone asks me, oh, what is it like to play Neverwinter? And what I have to say at the end is, the last experience you have from a dungeon run is that sour feeling that you lost the loot roll. Think about that for a moment when it comes to a live service game, or a life thing, or anything you choose to spend your lifetime with habitually over many, many years. The first thing you do is you do something you want, and you almost 99% of the time feel like you ended the day with a sour note. I think that is a toxic relationship. And live service games have different philosophies on that. Thriving live service games most absolutely avoids this at all cost. Largely in like different ways of smoke and mirrors. There, don't get me wrong, there are places of failure. Like you can fail in a game without leaving with the terrible feeling. Rolling on loot is probably something saved for subscription-based games. They're coming back because they've subscribed to you. These like live service games, they're coming back because they want the good feeling to last. Boy howdy, can you kill a buzz when you say every day you end by not getting loot. So I can't really say that is a direction that will prevent a classical low receding community. From a logical, rational, any viewpoint, a human being will find it incredibly dissatisfying that going into an experience, you will know that 9 out of 10 times you're gonna go back and leave empty-handed. PSO2 NGS does not do that. Genshin Impact does not do that. So many live service games do not do that in their own way. Like there's the great thing about human creativity and whatnot is the games I named, they aren't even alike in any way. But when you complete something, when you do something in that game, it doesn't feel like you left empty-handed. And personally, I hope the next module feels like that. Even against how grindy Dragon Hunt was, like Dragon Slayer Hunt, this stuff, right? The Dragon Slayer campaign. Oh, where is it? Oh, wait, yeah. Even against all odds, this thing, I'm still doing these runs. Like, people say, hey, Dragon Run, and like, these are still up. How long ago is this? Like, it's not even in this order. Like, Dragon Slayer is not even in this order because of its, like, you know, weird mechanic on item level scaling, right? This is still up here. So if you're thinking about all this stuff, it's like, what is the home run here that had the most lasting power? It's Dragon Slayer. And to me, that is the quality of life. This can become a feature, like a live service feature of this game. Modify your dungeons, etc. There's so many already groundworks. I think Cryptic has experimented with modified dungeon runs many times. Cue the really, really old Tales, right? Tales format. And I mean, it obviously was janky and all that stuff because it was experimental, right? However, that could be a feature. For the record, in PSO2, this Dragon Slayer thing is a feature in nearly every single thing in the game. You want a boss that's really extra hard? Modify it. Oh, you want to do this particular thing and you want to try to see how much damage you can place? All right, we'll give you 100 different trials, mod it to your heart's content, and then record it. place it on YouTube, get excited. Show that you can like mod this thing to high heaven and you still like one shot it in like 10 seconds or something. That is like live service 101. Everyone is entering, like most of the time when you're doing something, you're entering knowing the consequences, and you're exiting because you want to stop achieving the thing or working towards the thing, not leaving empty-handed because you have no control over it, because it sucks. You have no control over leaving empty-handed in dungeon run. It really sucks. Like, and I don't say it too often. I think the sting doesn't last very long for me. I get over it because I look forward to the next module. I like when games have an opportunity to spin something. I love the idea that Cryptic can serve me a humble pie and make everything I say today a moot point if they somehow make loot rolling not leave a sour taste in everyone's end of session routine in Neverwinter. I think unanimously, I would say if you had to poll your audience right now in this existing game, the startling majority will say, what was the last thing you did before you decide I want to stop playing this game for the day, for the week, for the month, or forever? It's probably because of loot rolling. That was the last thing they did. Like, oh, I can't get this loot. And not because you can't get this loot because you can't do it. You can do it, but you don't get the loot. And that's the sour nature of the game, right? And live service doesn't do that. I'm just gonna say there is still rolling and gacha and fashion in many live service games, but rarely do they do things like me spending half a year trying to get vault rings. That was the last thing I did before I stopped doing everything else. It killed it legitimately for me personally, anecdotally. It killed the last time I started doing guild related things. Like, it killed the last ounce of me treating this like a classic MMORPG. I stopped treating this game full stop as a MMORPG. It's no longer an MMORPG, like in the sense of the vein of World of Warcraft. If you're going live service does not predicate on that type of reward systeming. So hear me out. I don't know. I mean, like, people are saying it's doomed, you know, Dika, Embracer Group and Cryptic together, like, what are they gonna do? You never know. Actually, Embracer Group and Dika is probably far more familiar with how live service models work right now than possibly Cryptic. You don't know. So maybe there will be a new kind of mixed. I'm very optimistic. I try to be optimistic. So here is the review at the end. Here's the hot take. I still look forward to the next module. In fact, I see myself playing this game until it shuts down. Right? And what I mean by shuts down, I don't mean shuts down because of a catastrophic thing. I mean shut down when the developers and the publishers decide to move on, right? I think this game has a very compelling, unique history. It's over 10 years old. It's fantastic. It's a workhorse. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it changes in the future. So for me, with all that negativity possibly, this module was above average. I'm gonna say it's a 6.5 out of 10. And that's a winning record. The last 3 modules, they were all above 5s. There was something, and I want to put this into perspective. It isn't just my, 5 is average thing. This isn't special to me. Actually, when it comes to live service games, it is normalized to 5 a lot of times. The like lots of the greatest successful live service games, they started at 7, slightly above average, as in, ooh, this is good enough. It's a great place to start. So getting 6 and 7s is choice. If you went one more, actually, it was very close to being below average because of some quality of life changes along the way. But I think this is a winning record. It's been above 6, like slightly above 6 every time. I think everything stayed the same. The things that worked or don't work stayed working and don't work. I think the thing that I spent the last like hour, maybe even earlier, like all of this stream so far, I've been spending 5 hours talking about this. It's constantly a tick into the live service model. And it's all so close when you're going to, I'm going to say this as complimentary as I can. There are a few touches that I would say that I'm highlighting here that if they found a clever way to make it a positive experience, I don't know what that looks like. When someone logs off, you have the makings of a platform that has a feature set that creates mindless drones that like to feel good and hop onto Neverwinter. And I say that with the utmost respect because I want to be one of those mindless drones that find like, what can I do to get a pump, like just to feel good? Log into Neverwinter, do something, I leave happy. I actually say that every single time so far for now, most like the last like 3 months when I say PSO2 NGS. Because if boy does it feel great to mow down thousands of mobs with the new system, and then just being forced or incentive to visit people's creative lands and look at their creative space. Like it's a feel good time, and then suddenly be dropped into the world hub and see everyone like spamming their costumes and transmutes. You can't avoid that. And it's really funny and odd and cringy at times. But when I log off of PSO2, it's like, yep, that's an experience, all right. In Neverwinter, I would say this most of the last module, when I log off, I end with a dungeon run, right? I do my haul, I end with a dungeon run. Most of them, my first inclination is like, yep, that's loot rolling. Yep, that's loot rolling. Oh, hey, look. Nothing happened. All right, I guess I'll see you guys next week. That's the Neverwinter experience. And lasting impressions, the last thing you do, tends to sting quite a lot. You go to bed, maybe you go out and eat. The last thing you think about is, boy, was that such a quote unquote, I don't like using this phrase, waste of time. That is the quintessential, in my opinion, a very top priority. There's lots of other priorities that people might just agree and disagree with. That's one of the top 10 priorities for a live service game that is Neverwinter in 2024. How do you remove that stinging negativity when you log off in this game? And the other 10% of the time, though, you know, the power groups and stuff, they're gonna have a great time. That's perfectly all right. We're not talking about the people who get lucky, who always have a group that they'll do it until they get it, and there's still going to be that stinging situation, that stinging relying situation. Those two, I've been in those groups too. Oh yeah, we ran this 21 times in the last 4 days. We finally got it, but boy, why did we have to spend that long to get that? And then all the lingering resentment, in my opinion, comes in and say, it could have just been 3 times, or I could have been lucky and it wouldn't have been 21 times. But then I had to stay because my friends were unlucky, and it keeps going. I'm telling you. I don't know what the solution is, but it's definitely something that if Cryptic, Dika, and whatnot find a solution, like whatever creative solution it is, ooh, I would recommend Neverwinter in a heartbeat, because I can reliably tell people, if you play this game, when you log off, you don't feel awful, or you are less likely to feel awful. I recommend games far more forward and aggressively when I know that game is likely to make the person feel great at the end of the day, right? Like, in the end of the day, you want to play a game, and if someone's asking you for a recommendation, if you're saying but it doesn't leave you with a great impression most of the time, I earnestly can't recommend a game, right? However, I'll still make the attempt to try to explain everything that's in the game, and my conservative response would be like, do any of these things interest you? If these interest you enough, I have my fingers crossed, and I would tell them, I hope that offsets the sour feeling that the end of the day in this game will make you feel, because you need whatever interests you about Neverwinter to offset that your day is going to substantially end with a sour note. Meanwhile, when I play Hearthstone, PSO2 NGS, I used to play other games. Now I don't really have a lot of time. I mean, even language learning, like Duolingo. When I log off of Duolingo, it doesn't leave me with a sour taste that it's like, oh yeah, dude, my guy, you didn't learn that much. Come back and learn more or something. You feel like you've accomplished something, and that's great, right? Duolingo is a live service thing, and it's a live service gamified thing. It fits in the discussion. With that said, it's a perfect segment. 6.5 out of 5. I mean, 6.5 out of 5. 6.5 out of 10. I think Cryptic, soon to be Cryptic Dika, however you're going to go about it, solid. Very solid. I enjoyed this. I actually quite love going in there. It's going super fast. The quest is within 30 minutes. The weekly haul was super fast. You know, you get that dopamine, like turn in. Like, it was fantastic. The layout was largely very agreeable. Awesome. So until next time, I guess, according to Sergeant, I will see you guys in November, right? In November, we'll revisit all of this stuff again. I think I've kind of ironed out what I'm looking for and what I'm going to comment on in Neverwinter. I think it's looking pretty decent. If loot rolling does not hurt you, I give Neverwinter a try. There's so many things that kind of work for it until it gets to how gear is segregated and how gear is obtained. That is the crux of being a MMORPG that wants to be a live service game. You most of the time, live service games cultivate a community that wants more, do more, create more. This game is gatekeeping with loot rolling and gear keeping, so it doesn't grow. It shrinks. Hopefully, I'm totally mistaken about this. Maybe. We'll see. Alright, that's a wrap. So, thanks for listening. Thanks for chilling. I know I talk very, very long about these things, but it's more like an ode to the developers, the publishers. I really appreciate that these things exist, and I owe at least myself to kind of reflect, think about it nostalgically, and maybe for the occasional person who likes psychological takes on doing things so that you don't hate yourself for doing them, and liking things even if it leaves a sour taste in your mouth. I do this to make myself aware and remind myself that these are the things I hate, quote unquote, as in they make me feel bad, But knowing that they do that and understanding it, it doesn't leave any residual, like, bottled up emotions that I can potentially inflict on other people, and it provides a greater understanding. It humbles me as a person, because sometimes I don't want to give people the impression that I'm some like unfeeling robot that feels disinterested in everything and objectifies everything. I think loot rolling is a sour position. I can say it very unadulterated because I understand what is making it very sour for me and maybe a lot of others. So hopefully that's a thing that other people continue to do when they're playing other video games. When you pick up Genshin Impact, if you pick up Tower of Fantasy, Honkai Star Rail, I like to think that if you're entering a cycle where you're just constantly leaving with a negative vibe, or it's sapping your life and whatnot, sit down, right, and be able to collect yourself and see why. I don't voluntarily ever choose, again, I like to emphasize this from earlier, I don't ever voluntarily choose to do something that leaves me feeling terrible or overall terrible at the end. And even the loot rolling, while it feels horrible, I get to do this and share some thoughts and smile about it and hope for the best future. So I'll see you guys in November. Take care, guys. I'm gonna change gears. I'll catch you guys in November.